almost 2 p.m. So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon in Malaysian time. So it is very early in the morning in Turkey and some other places in the world. Yeah, sorry about that. Good afternoon and good morning. So thank you for joining this virtual conference. I expect 13 presenters, 13, and I think it's about 6 listeners. So total 19 participants in this conference. Yeah. But right now I have only 13. So, but that is okay. We will start at 2 p.m. anyway. So maybe the rest will probably be joining a little bit later. Yeah. So you do not have to register. We have recorded your joining the conference as a registration system to us. So according to the agenda, I will have to introduce the conference to you, and then I have a little some pointers to share with all the presenters and also listeners. I hope I don't take that long, probably 5-7 minutes will do. And then the most important thing is all of us, please adhere to the 10 to 12 minutes time frame for each of you to present your research papers. Okay, this is in anticipation of we have 15 papers to be presented this afternoon. So we do not want to take too long of a time. So even with 15 papers at around maybe 10-12 minutes per papers, that will take around 3.5 hours or 4 hours. So we should be finishing around 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. Okay. Okay. So let me share with you some of the pointers. I have shared the handbook with all of you. Yeah, you see the screen, the presentation screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This is our agenda for today. So once I'm done with my little introduction, we will immediately start with the presentation session 1. I call it. It is before the break. We have a break in between around 4 p.m. later at about 15 minutes, and then we'll continue after the break until we finish all the presenters. Okay. So we are expecting to finish this conference around 6 p.m. or 6:30. Okay. So we can post questions, we can provide constructive comments and feedback and so on. But please also bear in mind that we have to really stick to the program with respect to the time, okay? Because we have many presenters. So we expect this to completely end at 6:30 p.m. in the afternoon, in the evening, okay? And then this is the schedule of the presentation. We have 2 presenters, Fatin and also Panji Hidayat, who's got 2 papers to present each. So we have scheduled the presentation in the manner that we try to be fair to everyone, okay? But there is also a request from one of our friend, Panji Hidayat, would like to have his presentation earlier. He has something coming up quite urgent in the afternoon. So if that is okay with everyone, I can reschedule his second presentation to probably 3rd or 4th in the queue. Will that be okay with you all?
Okay.
Thank you for that. All right. So this is the list. You have we have emailed the list to you, so you have the copy with you. No further update since I sent the email to you. Dr. Hamud Yahya actually is in Langkawi physically now. Yeah. Dr. Ahmad, thank you. But the team, including myself, is not in Langkawi because we have to withdraw our physical event in the Langkawi due to still there are some concern from the participant with respect to COVID-19. So the numbers that I expect for physical conference to be held does not meet our minimal requirement. So we have to withdraw that, and but we still continue with the virtual conference anyway. Okay. However, Ahmad has has booked all the ticket and the reservation for the hotel and whatnot. So he'll continue to be pursuing his journey to Langkawi. I hope you have a good time, Dr. Ahmad, in Langkawi now.
Yes, alhamdulillah. Salam to you all from the Buffet View Hotel.
Yeah, that was supposed to be our venue of the conference. Yeah. All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much.
It is a very nice place. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Okay. So the next thing after this conference is the big question is what next after this conference. Okay. So us, academia industry, as the organizer of this conference, we have a few responsibilities. Few deliverables that we have to deliver to you participants. Okay, first and foremost is the e-certificates. We will provide the e-certificates to you latest by tomorrow. The certificate is in PDF format. It will be emailed to you accordingly, latest by tomorrow. All right, and then
okay,
those who registered as a presenter video presentation, who submitted their pre-recorded video to us, will be having their videos published in our YouTube channel within a week. But normally we'll do that probably within 3 days after today. Yeah. And then the other thing is about the publication. Okay, you all are entitled for 2 publications. One in conference proceeding, the other one in our referee journal. All right, the conference proceeding will be produced or will be ready within a week. Sorry, sorry. Our standard claim is within a month, but I think we should be able to complete that within a week. Okay, and the publication in the referee journal will be taking about 3 months maximum, depending on the date of the conference. Okay, this conference is on the 27th of December. Our publication, present publication for all of our journal is in December, latest by 31st December, okay? And the next publication will be in March because we publish our journals 4 times a year. Yeah, in March, June, September, and December. So if you miss this December cut-off period, so-called, for our journal publication, then your papers will be published in March 2022 publication issue. So I think in my previous email, we also mentioned that if any one of you would like to publish your paper in our December issue, you still can do it, but you have to inform us. You have to email us about your intention to do that, okay? Otherwise, we will publish in March 2022. All right. So the certificate will look very much like this, and the publication of your video presentation, those who actually registered and submitted their recorded video presentation, will be published in YouTube, and it's going to look like this. Okay. So this is the title of the video, or the thumbnail of the video, and then the description down here is actually the abstract of your papers. Okay. So the rule of thumb here is that conference proceeding, referee journal, we also can help you to publish in Scopus journal, but very limited number of Scopus journal. I will share with you the journal name later in this presentation. Okay, so the rule of thumb is within 1 month, 3 months, and within 3 to 6 months. Yeah. And then the conference proceeding is assigned with a ISBN number. So the ISBN number will be stated clearly in the front page of the conference proceeding book. The conference proceeding book is in PDF format, and it will be emailed to you respectively within a week or so from today, okay? It is not online. Some of you ask, is the proceeding online or it is not? So it is not online, it is offline, it is in PDF format. The real reason behind is because we want to avoid similarity issue when we publish your almost similar paper in the referee journal later on, because our referee journal are all online. Okay. Okay, this I have already mentioned about our referee journal. Our referee journal are indexed with by MCC in the My Journal, MYJURNAL. Some of you would like to cross-check that online. You can do that. You can access Patient Citation Center, MYJURNAL, okay, to look at those journals. These are the list of our journal, our referee journal. There are 7 of us. Very likely, your paper will fall into any one of these categories of research area or research discipline. If it is a social science discipline, your paper will be parked in okay, journal number 4 here. If your paper is dealing with engineering, will be in the paper journal number 6. All right, and so on. Yeah. And then in high index journal, we are dealing with Scopus only. We don't deal with others like ERA or Web of Science for that matter. Maybe a separate fee if there is. And normally we will identify. We receive many papers from participants in our conferences, so we identify few which we think are high index material, so called, okay, can be published in high index journal. So we do the selection and then we inform the author for that, because it carries a different fees. We will get to whether to agree or not. If the author agree, then only we proceed with the process. Yeah, we are now having 2 Scopus journals, Q2 index, Q2 quartile 2, okay. One is Journal of Management, Information and Decision Science. The other one is Legal, Ethical and Regulatory Issue. It depending on our review committee, if they found any paper which can be published in any one of these, we will definitely making contact with the author correspondingly, okay. But if you ask me to publish in other journal, we cannot help you for that actually. Next is the summary. 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Okay, that's the rule of thumb that we have to remember. You have to submit all your papers to us or upload your papers in the system, the Microsoft Word format. Okay, not in the PDF format, because if you submit in PDF, we are not able to incorporate that in our proceeding book. Or we are not able to process that also when we want to publish your paper in the reference. Submit your paper in the Microsoft Word document format. And all communication is via email. So your email, when you set up in the user profile, you must make sure that the email is a valid one, so that we can use the email for our subsequent corresponding and communication. Okay, and this is the list of our conferences that we will have. The green one is what we have today. The next one that we're going to have on the 15th of January. So we try to keep up like having the conference twice a month. And the location is not that many. It's either in Putrajaya, in Langkawi, in Kuala Lumpur, or in Penang. If it is in Putrajaya, we will always have the venue at the Beverly Hotel in Putrajaya. If it's in Langkawi, and Penang, it is normally in the Bayview Hotel. If it is in KL, we always have our conference in Tamu Hotel and Suite in the heart of Kuala Lumpur City Center. So over and over, we always interchangeably have our conferences in these 4 locations also. Okay. Sorry.
Why?
So we have already published until March.
For the power bank.
Yeah. Any question? Okay, now I'm done with my short briefing. If you have any question, you can ask now. If it is going to be long, then you can email me or you can actually WhatsApp the number, the secretariat number. Your question, we will try to respond as possible. Yeah.
Okay.
All right then. So I'm done with my presentation. So now we can actually start with our presentation session. You guys ready? Ready? Hello?
If yes, I am ready.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We are ready.
Okay. So the first in the in the list is actually Fatin Nur Zulkifli. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Fatin. You can take over the floor. We are ready actually to hear your presentation. Remember, the strict rule is to maintain your presentation between 10 to 12 minutes. Only on these 4 quarters that you have to remember. One is the objective for your research. Second is probably a little background about your research, short background. So the objective may be 1 or 2 minutes, the background may be 1 to 3 minutes, and then your data analysis may take longer, a little bit, 4 minutes, and then your conclusion, your data analysis or your theoretical discussion. And
sorry, Doctor. Just now, they have another person want to present first, right?
Who is that?
Who is that want to present first? Just now you mentioned.
Yeah, that is Panji. Panji Hidayat will present after you.
Oh, they will present after me.
Yeah.
Okay, so I start first.
So you can start now.
Okay, you allow me to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me. I get to put this multiple screen. I have to. Okay, can you share your screen now?
Okay, let me try first. Basically, long to short, basically my research background is about mobile health records management. So for today, the paper is focusing on issue and trends of trusted mobile electronic medical records management for healthcare industry. So I'm focusing on government sector. This is my team. This is a collaboration between Institute Big Data UITM and UniKL. So this is my outline presentation, just a 3 outline, introduction, issue of trusted mobile electronic medical records, and conclusion. So this is for the introduction. Actually, electronic medical record system is a synchronized collection of data information related to healthcare. So basically, it's about a system that we getting, keeping, and retrieving the information, which is personal health information, patients. So we store in the one system. So the entire reports actually provide a different. They have some issue and challenges. Basically, it's about governance, competencies, and skill, mobile health records management, and sustainability and technology. As you can see in my slides, I mentioned from previous authors, Conley and Fox also mentioned about this issue. So there are many difficulties in delivering healthcare service due to what we can say is about cost. So they have some challenges to implement in our country especially. So in developing a good electronic record management, we have need to focusing on a few things. Which is data types, data source, data record, data format, and others are considered needed in the system. So to provide this is, as we know, all things that we try to develop is about to come up with a better patient care quality, and of course the security of the patient information itself. Because of the technology development, so the security, I am focusing more on the security and safety of the data itself. So some physicians with minimal training make difficult in handling the electronic record. So when there's not enough training, so the data will be inefficient handling. So this is issue of trusted. I highlight 5 issues of trust. Issue of trusted mobile health record management. First, in terms of governance, skill and competency, mobile health record management principles, sustainability, and technological. So I'm focusing on first. I go to governance. Governance is they have 2 issue on health legal and regulatory infrastructure, and second, organizational health information responsibility and accountability. So for the health legal, they have when we want to implement a new subject, a new system, we need to comply with new legal and regulatory. This is the issue that we are facing right now. So the regulatory and legal infrastructure of electronic record management system refer to understanding, availability, and proper implementation. Issue on medical mobile practice. There is issue on trust that software. Issue on suspected include fraud, which big issue that refer to improper billings. So breach, unauthorized, and protected medical information. So for organizational health information responsibility and accountability, they have issue on responsibilities centered upon the records manager itself. We have unqualified records manager. There are some policies, which is a facility for record or information management community itself, and they have what we call as campur tangan political members with no capability to make a cooperation with Kementerian, with our Ministry of Health. So the organization often fail to ensure that the professional are appointed or assigned discharge their duties without problem or difficulties related to their own competencies and skill. So on skill and competencies, we have 3: healthcare professional, allied health professional, and patients. So for the healthcare professional, the records manager of healthcare professional needs to adopt all the skills to understand any issue related with the records management, which is they need to understand with the current skill and competency as we know we adopt with mobile right now. And for allied health professional, for allied health profession, the staff is required to undergo comprehensive training to make sure their skill and competency improve from time to time with the current situations. And for patient, there we have an issue regarding the language conflict when we adopt with the technology. So I move to the next slide. Mobile health records management principle. We need to focusing on health information management operation itself. How to create record, how to transfer record, how to retrieve record, how to dispose the records, and health information functional requirements. They have some requirements, checklist requirement. We need to comply before we implement the system. And number 3, health information metadata requirements. They have specific requirements for metadata to make sure when we use the system, we know that what kind of metadata, we need to ensure the accurate metadata before we key in the information into the system. So next is sustainability and focusing on health information management orientation, cloud storage management and preservation digital records. For health information management retention, we refer to keeping health record for time as multimedia. We need to make sure the record we can access easily. For cloud storage management, they have some issue regarding the opportunity for customizability, dependence on cloud provider, the accessibility and control of the provider over all the healthcare data. So for preservation digital records, the issue of digital preservation of record, including funding, privacy, security level, technological and skill and training. So next, for technological management of mobile healthcare system, we know that we facing too much difficulties when we face it on technological, because technological keeps changing. So we need cost to improve our system. So for management of mobile healthcare system, the issue open with significant problem, including unavailability, lack of education. There are few challenges that service provider and developer of mobile apps in healthcare record face from external and internet aspect. So for mobile health information system privacy and security, the mobile healthcare system has a serious issue on this concern when we have the inappropriate storing mechanism of data collection. Insufficient issue refer to mobile health system in collecting sensitive operational when the persons handling the records, they have a issue on they will use the patient information in an inappropriate way. Conclusions. So the conclusion is electronic medical record management system contains healthcare information and data in individual electronic format, as we know, and software and hardware program used by healthcare organization service provider and clinic to maintain the information system of every patient is also one of the issue. This is and then my research paper mainly focus on the challenges and issue of implementing electronic medical record management system only, and they would identify significant consumer issue on privacy, identify theft and data breach. And lastly, a poorly designed interface of electronic medical records slow down the staff work to inactive willing to select development system by expert because of the inefficiency, lack of training and so on. So I think that's all for my presentation for today. Thank you everyone.
All right, thank you, Fatin. Very interesting presentation. Any question from the floor? Any feedback to add on what Fatin has presented? No, if you may have, but we can actually also record your question to save it towards the end of this presentation. We can raise the question again during the Q&A later, yeah, after the conference, after the presentation. Yeah, right. All right, thank you, Fatin. I will call upon Panji Hidayat, please, from College University Islam Antarabangsa Selangor, quiz. Okay.
Right, thank you. So I will
present your paper. Yes.
Rahim, Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. All right, today I would like, can you see my slide?
Yes, yes.
Okay, today I would like to present topic entitled The Effects of Training Needs Analysis on Islamic Work Ethics with my team members. So as an overview, so training analysis is used to determine whether training is the right solution to a workplace problem, and through TNA, we can gain the information, so the information can be collected and analyzed, so a training plan can be created. So TNA also can be considered the most important step in ensuring the effectiveness of the overall TNA process. So any training intervention must be preceded with the process of TNA, and it is because TNA minimizes error achieved by the training program. So next, when we talk about the TNA,
there you go.
Right. So for the problem statement, many organizations ignore the importance of conducting proper TNA prior to conducting training activities. So failing to analyze the root causes of the problem has been a big problem to many organizations. Because why? Because the cost of employee training are high, but of course, these costs are far lesser than high profit, which can be achieved through proper training. So there are a number of problems relating to the use of the training analysis have emerged in the recent year. This include a few problems related with mismanagement, centralization, lack of cooperation among sector or organization, and a poor pay system, as well as the lack of positive management, especially in the area of planning, organizing, and controlling. And another problem is a few studies on training, especially regarding on the TNA, have been investigated and available in the literature. Management does not recognize that an organization must first know what the problem in the organization are as the prerequisite to training. So this is the importance, so that the most appropriate training will be directed as a solution to those problems in order to develop an effective training program, and assessment of the training needs must first be done. So this study will contribute in minimizing this gap in the literature and thereby establish the basis to understand of some aspect of human resource management in a general, and specifically focusing on the TNA on Islamic work ethic. So issue on the TNA specifically based on the past literature in the Islamic organization in Malaysia having a problem on employees' attitude, work ethics, also related in this study, and lack of support on new ideas and environment that lead to dissatisfaction, lack of training, incompetency, service, delay of service and sluggishness, lack of sufficient skill in the management and administration field, and lack of sufficient knowledge. And that's why most of the study has been conducted in the training. They are more focusing on the training evaluation, training appraisal, but it is the agency to study the first critical tab in the training, which means the 10A process need to be conducted first. So for the research objective of this study, the first one is to measure the level of organization need analysis, type need analysis, and person need analysis. Second, to analyze the relationship between organization need analysis, task need analysis, and person toward the Islamic work ethic. And third one, to analyze the most significant factor between organization, task, and person analysis that affect on Islamic work ethic. So as the overview for the literature view for TNA, so according to Walter and Marshall, TNA is a crucial part, as already mentioned, for training system because it supplies data to determine who is to be trained, what training program are needed, and how the result of training program to be evaluated. So MCG Entire is one of the prominent scholars in the TNA, 1961, also developed a model about TNA. So it says that there are 3 levels of TNA, which is organization, task, and person need analysis. So in this study, TNA is explained as a tool to identify training analysis by analyzing organization, task, and person in order for the organization to regulate whether the training itself is appropriate, relevant to overcome the deficiency and the gap to determine the right training for the right people in order to improve the specific gap as deficiency. So the first level or first dimension in this study is organization analysis, which focuses on identifying where in the organization training is needed. So organization analysis determines the performance within the organization. So this level of analysis can help to reach organizational goals, because the purpose of organizational analysis is to provide information about where and when training was needed in organization. And second variables, which is task need analysis, which is according to Jessup 2016, view, job or task analysis require review of the description and specification to measure the activities in a specific job in the area of knowledge, skill, abilities, experiences, and others. In addition, the level of analysis discover the nature of the task to be carried out on the job and knowledge, skill, abilities, and others that needed to accomplish the job. So, and the third one is the person need analysis, which means it is mentioned and described about assist to recognize who needs who needs the training, okay, in the organization among the employees, who is the employees that need the training in order to improve their performance and productivity, and also at the same time, deficiency that result from inadequate of knowledge, skill, or attitude. Person analysis control how well each employee in applying the tasks that suited their job mentioned by Goldstein and Ford. And in addition, according to Law 1997, stated that person need analysis or person analysis process must not only consider current training needs, but also should discover training and development strategy that will help the individual itself, the employees itself, to reach expected performance, whether they are employer or employee. And the third and the last part is the Islamic work ethics itself. When we talk about the IWE, it is about a principle of right and wrong, which is designed to demonstrate what human ought to do, based on the Quran and based on the Sunnah. And Ruhman 2010 stated that Islamic work ethics is one of the important concepts in Islamic context, which has a part of spiritual norms, and these norms are effective in differentiate what is right and what is wrong. And a person put God as his or her close contact with their activities and behavior are according to the Islamic rules and laws stated by Ruhman. And in addition, when we talk about this, it also the concept that totally is on the revelation, Al-Quran and As-Sunnah. So for the research framework, they have organization, task and person, and IWE as a dependent variable. So this is a quantitative research method by using a survey questionnaire. So the sample 113 according to Krige and Morgan. So reliability analysis, most of the variables is above 0.7. And the first research question, what are the level of organization, task and person analysis? For the first one is at the medium height, 3.6, for the task 4.3, and for the person 4.02 in the high level, and total in the medium high level. It shows that for the level, the practice of the TNA in this organization, most of them understand and they know how to use the TNA technique and method. And the management of the organization also aware the importance of TNA process. And the second is that, is there any relationship between organization, task, and person? So the result shows that all of three these dimensions have relationship between TNA and Islamic work ethic, because the significant value is below than 0.05. So based on this study, it shows that the organization needs to use and emphasize, also implement the TNA process in order to increase the Islamic ethics among the employees. And at the same time, the organization need analysis, task, and the person itself also, they need to understand related with what is the right of training to the right people, what is the training that can increase that related with the job. And based on this part, for the hypothesis 1, based on the finding, the result shows that there is significant relationship between organization and Islamic work ethic. So it means that hypothesis alternative in this study has been accepted. And second, also the same, this study also has been accepted. So summary based on discussion. So based on the previous literature, there is a proof that organization need analysis and task need analysis has a significant relationship with other factors such as employee job performance, organizational commitment. So it shows that this study established a new findings between organization and task need analysis that has a significant relationship with Islamic work ethic. So it means that both of the aspects will contribute in developing high Islamic values in workplace. The previous study shows that organization analysis and task analysis method for effective training tool to increase and develop employee job performance in organization. And for the third hypothesis, the result shows that based on the finding, there is a significant relationship between person with the Islamic work ethic. So also the same alternative has been accepted, and it shows that person analysis is one of the predictor that can increase and develop employees' Islamic work ethic at the workplace. And this point of view is supported by one of the scholars, 2017, which stated that employees need analysis as the main person in the organization, that as the critical main power that should be sent to the training, and they need to have the right training in order to increase their skill, knowledge, ability, and at the same time can improve their experience in organization. And they also need to ask on what is the type of training that are needed by themselves to increase their performance, and at the same time it can grow Islamic work ethic value among them. So this point of view is in line with Firdaus and Razak 2012, indicate that person or employees need analysis is important for increasing the job performance and develop Islamic work ethic. So it shows that this is one of the crucial method that need to be practiced in organization. So all of the hypothesis has been accepted, and the last analysis by using multiple regression analysis. So the study shows that person need analysis is the most influential factors that has significant effect on Islamic work ethic. So the result of multiple regression shows that
Panji, you have to wrap up pretty quickly. Yeah?
Okay.
You have taken,
So,
I think, 14 minutes already.
So based on this finding, so the study filled the gap by specifically study the effect of training analysis, and at the same time, it will contribute to make the management of organization understand the importance of conducting all of the three dimensions, which is the organization, task, and person in the TNA process in order to develop a good Muslim employees in organization. And as a conclusion, based on the result, the most influential factors that has significant effect on Islamic work ethic, which is the person analysis, and it can be practiced and it can be used in order to increase the productivity and at the same time to grow the Islamic ethics among their employees. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Panji Hidayat. Quite interesting presentation also. Anyone has got a question? Any one of you? No question. I have one question, Panji, regarding the respondents of your questionnaire. Yeah? Who are the respondents?
Okay, the respondent among Islamic Institute. Okay, already mentioned here. Okay. Islamic Institute of Training in Malaysia. So the
Islamic Institute Training.
So based on the
participant in that institute or the
employees itself. The employees itself.
Okay, all right.
The employees itself as the workers. So is it the organization conduct the 10A, and is it the 10A can increase the Islamic value, the Islamic ethic in the organization?
Other respondents also include the non-Muslim?
No, most of the respondent Muslim.
Muslim, all of them. Okay, that is fine. Maybe in your research paper you want to qualify that the responses are all Muslim. So there is also possibility for you to do another study that include the respondent from a non-Muslim community. Maybe the finding will be different, you know.
Yes.
Maybe we are not sure. Yes. We have to find the data. Okay. So that's my point anyway. Anybody else? Thank you, Panji. I will have to keep you waiting for one more presenter. After that, you can do your second presentation. Okay. So thank you, Panji Hidayat. I will continue with the next one, which is Dr. Muhammad Rizal. In this case, I think Dr. Muhammad Azmi will present on his behalf, right?
Yes.
Sarawak state election.
Yes. Okay, so for the introduction, okay, so during the establishment of Malaysia in 1963, the Sarawak state government was dominated by the Alliance Party, which at the time consisted of SNAP, Pesaka, Berjasa, and SCA. So the opposition line at that time consisted of two parties, namely SUPP and PANAS. So by the 1970s, PANAS and Berjasa merged under one party, the Bumiputra Party, with the merger of the two parties merging as a Bumiputra Muslim community that dominates this party. So however, after the 1969 general election, SUPP left the opposition party and joined Barisan Nasional. And this caused the opposition's political situation to become a bit dim after that. So in the permasalahan kajian or the problem statement, okay, the main problem of this study is how the political leadership has shaped political continuity in the 2021 Sarawak elections. So despite its position as the determining force in the 14th general election, which was previously done, Barisan Nasional Sarawak is actually comfortable with only 19 seats won in the results announced. So however, it was described as a very surprising result during the general election of 14th general election, because BN Barisan Nasional Sarawak has previously expressed confidence in being able to contribute at least 28 or 29 seats, but this didn't happen. Okay, moving on to the scope of this research. This research will focus on the period in Sarawak before and after state elections of 2021. And the location we will be focusing is specifically in Sarawak. And issues of political sensitivity in Sarawak will also be given focus. So the objective of this research will be to analyze the effectiveness of Abang Johari's administration pattern through the state elections 2021 decision pattern. And the second purpose of this study was to examine the pattern of the multi-ethnic support in Sarawak during the state elections. And we will identify new policies and analyzing new manifestos and looking back at the previous manifestos introduced by the Sarawak government in the 2016 state elections. And some new policies we will be focusing on that he or Abang Johari has brought that seems to have a very high impact. This is because he often stressed the importance of the harmony of the people of Sarawak. Okay, so the significance of this study will aim to look at the impact of the leadership brought by Abang Johari in the continuity of his political administration and its impact on the results of state elections of 2021. So far, his leadership has brought many reforms in the administration of Sarawak. Moreover, the authority and its uniqueness of his leadership style proves that Abang Johari is actually a leader of caliber and a people's spirit, because he can give different political waves. So moving on, we will be focusing also on the political sensitivity issues regarding or that has ties to Sarawak's politics. And it is important for the readers who lead Sarawak to emphasize political sensitivity or try to guard the political sensitivity as well as its practice of religious freedom. This is to ensure political stability and harmony in the local community. So among the initiatives of the Sarawak state government in monitoring and ensuring the harmony of religious sensitivities is that it has established the Unit for Other Religions, which I also named as UNIFOR, and was established on the 27th of April 2017. So this is a new unit in the Chief Minister's department under the portfolio of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Sarawak. Dato' Amar Douglas Unggah Embas. So as one of the biggest issues in religious freedom is related to the issue of the word of God or word of Allah, the usage of kalimah Allah. So this issue has been manipulated and politicized to gain support between those who agree or disagree with this issue. So it's been a very political warfare inside Malaysia, including Sarawak. So Sarawak has been used as evidence or a subject in the political capital of some parties using this kalimah Allah. For example, we can see in the incident of confiscation of Malay and Ivan versions of the Bible by the Selangor Islamic religious authorities. So the incident angered the Christian population of Sarawak and wanted the officials of MAIS and JAIS, the officers of Islamic Council from Selangor, to be blacklisted and never to be entered the state of Sarawak under the 1960 Malaysia Agreement. So this has been a very sensitive issues regarding Sarawak and religious harmony. So using the freedom of religious practice of Sarawak to support their political agenda in the Malay Peninsula, we can see people from the opposition party, such as the Democratic Action People's Party, DAP, has been using this kalimah Allah to gain their support, and in opposing of the government. And the framework of religious freedom should actually be based on the federal constitution, Perlembagaan Malaysia, which is actually quite powerful in safeguarding the interests of Muslims, because the official religion in Malaysia is actually Islam. So this has to be done in a very systematic framework within the Constitution of Malaysia. So this is how it is supposed to be. And the GPS government, which is now, which has shown holistic leadership by proving the harmony of religious freedom in Sarawak, by menubuhkan ataupun the unity of religious freedom, and thus this has gained the trust of the people of Sarawak. So moving on to the next issue, kepimpinan, and what was the environment during the state elections of 2021. So the campaign looked a bit bleak compared to previous general elections, where it was like a festival before this, celebrated by all political parties. And parties are actually prohibited from holding face-to-face talks, and physical gatherings were unallowed, unless only a few locations that are allowed on the grounds due to the limited internet access. And political parties are encouraged to campaign virtually using social media as the internet and electronic media such as television and radio. And among the issues that are often raised revolve around Abang Johari's political leadership in Sarawak and issues related to Sarawak's infrastructure development. So as a result, on Saturday, 18 September 2021, the Sarawak state's elections was completed and the votes were counted. Reports have stated the direct results of the GPS winning big in 76 locations, against PSB only 4 and Pakatan Harapan only 4 winnings. So GPS has replaced BN, or actually collaborated as a permanent depositor in the general election, which will come in line with the dissolution of BN in 2018. So in conclusion, leadership and development issues are actually still relevant in the Sarawak election. By winning big, the GPS has an impact of strong leadership issue compared to what the pandemic has today. So the pandemic problem has been managed really well by the Sarawak's leadership. That means that this is why the citizens of Sarawak was entrusted, Abang Johari as their leader right now. And Sarawak has actually strict laws and allowing non-Sarawakians to enter Sarawak due to the pandemic. So it has a very systematic door in opening to other non-Sarawakians to enter Sarawak. So this is to manage the pandemic situation, and this is able to give one of the factors to boost the people's trust in the government that has won the state elections. Okay, so that is all by me. If there are any questions regarding this, I can answer it.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prof, may I proceed? My question to the speaker, what is the population of Muslims in Sarawak? Are they majority or the Christians are the majority?
It has a very balanced majority in Sarawak. The context of Sarawak, it has a very balanced, majority. It has a very balanced population of Christians, between Christians and Muslims.
I see.
Because they are not all Malay, but they are more on the pribumis, or what we call people of Sarawak. People of Sarawak. They are mostly, they have non-Malays also. To put it as a simple word lah.
I see. And how about the relation between the both parties? Is it very friendly?
Yes, we can say that it is a harmonious environment in Sarawak, and people do understand each other regarding their religious practices. And but it's it's if it is not contained or served really well, it will cause some problems with the sensitivity issues. But as for now, there are no serious sensitivity issues that is occurring right now. But so for now, they are very understanding about it. And
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. That's good. Very good. That's all. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much.
What you're saying is that the Christians and the Muslims are balanced in terms of population in Sarawak, right?
More likely, yes. More likely.
Can I add more? Can I add more?
You can give Dr. Rizal some comments.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. By the way, in Sarawak, it's not official religion. In Sarawak, Islam is not the.
We have a problem with your audio, Dr. Rizal.
Okay, I can stress out what he has to say, that Sarawak has a very different constitution, which is, Islam is not the official religion of Sarawak, according to their state of, legislation.
Okay.
So this is something very significant trying to research on Sarawak, and we very into account. Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Azmi and Dr. Rizal. Interesting papers. So I would like to continue with Mr. Panji Hidayat again for his second paper. So Panji Hidayat, you may take the floor, but please remember to keep your presentation short and sweet, yeah? 10 to 15 minutes. All right, Hidayat, take the floor, please. Thank you.
I will go for my next paper. So, can you see my slide?
Not yet.
So,
okay, now.
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, I can see now.
Thank you. So, the topic is about the effect of perceived training on employee performance, mediating role of TNA practice. So first I will go the role of TNA practice as a mediator. All right. So as an introduction, TNA is the process of determine organization training needs and seeks to answer the question of whether the organization needs, objective and problem can be met or addressed by training. And one of the major reasons in organization and most of the company why training often fails to contribute to organizational success may be due to the reason that its contents is not being targeted to the organizational and organization needs and goal itself. So before we go further, we need to understand first what does it mean in deeply by the 10A. All right, so I just pick one. So it is the process for identify and prioritizing gaps in the performance, and it also regarded as diagnosis process that occur before the training. Okay, so I go in a general issue on the 10A based on a few companies. So almost 70% of the employees claim that the management are not seek the input from their employees itself. It is just based on the performance appraisal, but just based the management just decide by their own self, okay, without asking the employees, and it will cause a waste of time, waste of energy, money if the training does not increase the performance or do not change the employees in terms of attitudes and performance. And previous study also stated that only 60% of the employees are satisfied on the content of current training activities. So it shows that 10A should be conducted in every organization, and there is no formal 10A process of the individual, of the person, the employees is self-analysis that has been carried out, and it will result in ineffective and insufficient training program. And also, previous research also stated that training will not be effective if organization did not practice the 10A process accordingly. And the inability to identify the training needs, it will lead to the poor performance. So based on the literature, the primary elements to determine who needs to be trained, where training is needed, what training to be taught and conducted. So the purpose is to ensure the effectiveness of the training program. So while for the perceived trainings, it describes that perceived of training to be highly beneficial in terms of skill development, improvement in work life and organization culture, building positive perception about the organization, and increasing employee productivity and employee performance. And it also has the potential to help human resources practitioners evaluate and thereby improve their training program. However, for the employee performance, as stated by the scholars, performance is associated with quantity of output, quality of output, timeliness of output, present attendance on the job, and employee performance also is successful completion of the task by a selected individual or individuals. And it also can be said that employee performance represent the general belief of the employees about his behavior and contribution in the success of organization. So the first objective is to measure the relationship between perceived training and performance. Second, to measure relationship between perceived training and 10A. Third, to measure relationship between 10A and performance. And fourth, to measure the mediating effect of 10A on the relationship between perceived training and performance. So the hypothesis is, I already stated, also relate with the objective. I have 4 hypotheses. Okay, the first, perceived training positively related on 10A. Second, 10A on performance. Third, perceived training on performance. And fourth, the role of 10A itself as a mediator between both variables. For this study, also using a quantitative, and the data has been collected at one private company in Malaysia. Okay, the sample size 152 respondents, random sampling according to the Krige and Morgans. So the population, the sample among the multiple races, okay, multiple religion, because all of the employees from multiple religion, multiple races, and based on the finding, it shows that I just go straight to the finding. So for the hypothesis, so the first one, is it the perceived training positively related? So the finding is supported. It shows that when the employees perceive the training, so they can practice, okay, the 10A technique and method properly. Second, the 10A is positively related to the performance, in which that when they understand and they use the proper 10A process, so it will increase their performance, employee performance. And the third one, when they perceive the training, so it also can increase their performance. And is it the 10A itself as a mediator, in which that in order to increase the performance of the organization, in order to increase the employee performance in a better way, so the 10A itself, okay, as a mediating role, play and act as a mediating role. So the summary shows that the first hypothesis has been supported, the first, second have been supported, and the third one is not supported, and the fourth one is supported. So this study investigates the effect of perceived training on the 10A play as mediating role. So this study also extends the literature by providing the evidence of positive effect 10A on performance, and the finding also established that 10A mediates the relationship between perceived training and the performance. So the result from this analysis of the data indicate that there is a positive significant effect between 10A and performance. So the findings supported the proposed model that 10A practice influenced the performance. And additionally, these findings support the view that when the 10A is high executed and practiced in organization, so the employees are more likely to achieve high performance. Because why? Because they gain the right training, because they learn what is the proper training. It is related with their skill, their knowledge, also can enhance performance, and at the same time can improve for their career development in the organization for a long term and short term. And the previous study have indicated that employees who receive 10A and the management practice 10A influence them to increase and grow to the performance. So the above results suggest that employees receive proper 10A practice from the organization management, and their willingness to execute this approach into the work context was probably successful. And it's also one of the most powerful tools. So as a conclusion, it is important, and it is also was found that the more management and employees are practice the 10A as mediating role, the higher their determination, passion, motivation, commitment, responsible, satisfaction, and attention to become more growth, and increasing their employee performance for future career development in the organization. Thank you. That's all.
Sorry, I'm muted just now. Actually, I requested Panji to show the slide where the hypothesis is supported, and I think the third one is not supported. That is the perceived training relationship with the employee performance is not supported. So this is the summary of your result, right, from your hypothesis. So H1, H2, H4 are all supported. H3 is not.
All right.
That is the perceived training perception is positive related to employee performance, but your finding from your data that you collect from this one particular organization, it shows that this particular hypothesis is not supported. So it means what? It means that PT is negatively related to employee performance, or is not showing a strong positive relationship with employee performance. Not supported at all.
Not have a relationship. Do not have a significant effect, which means that perceived training do not have an effect on the performance. Okay.
I see.
So just perceive has effect on DNA has effect on performance. However, the perceived training itself has significant effect on the performance. It means that. So
what could be the explanation for this? That the perceived training is not significantly related to employee performance.
It's not supported.
What could be the explanation actually?
Maybe it is based on there are other variables or other factors that more significant effect, such as the DNA or other variables. And maybe there are also most of the employees do not perceive the training properly, or then do not has been sent in the right training, and that's why it cannot increase the performance and productivity of the organizations. And also maybe because the background of the respondent, all right?
Because normally we think, in general, we commonly think that the perceived training or the training always positively related to increase in employee performance. But here in the case it's not supported, so the respondent are saying that perception of training does not actually increase my performance. So that could be something that can explain. So if you can find the explanation based on this hypothesis that this is not supported, probably you can add that also in your research paper. Okay, it's good to explain why actually the result is not showing as expected. Yeah.
All right.
That's all I can
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Different nature also can be also one of the reasons.
Okay. There could be some explanation. Maybe you can find it. All right. Thank you very much, Panji Hidayat. Thank you. You have already presented 2 papers. So I will call upon the next one. The next presenters, Hani Rashika Saleh.
Can you guys see my slides? Okay, so my topic for today, my study is on in enhancing students' higher order thinking skills, is HOTS, through ESL teachers writing instruction. Okay, so this is actually a review of some literature or the previous studies that have focused on HOTS, higher order thinking skills, in teaching writing in Malaysia. Okay, so this is content of the study. Okay, first I would say some introduction and also the problem statement and objectives of the study, the methodology, and some explanations on thinking maps and past studies, and lastly the conclusion. All right, so let's look at the definition of writing. So writing is actually has always been a difficult area for English for second language students or ESL students. Okay, if we look at other skills, for example, reading, speaking, and listening, they are more easier. Okay, or easy, more easy than writing. Okay, so the definition of writing is to master certain rules and develop skills related to handwriting, spelling, flow, punctuations, as well as organizing ideas. Okay, what is writing skill? Okay, writing skill is actually has been taught in Malaysian school. Okay, the purpose of having the writing skill for students is to develop their writing. Okay, they know how to write properly. Okay, so if they know how to write and also they have the skills to write, they have a high level of cognitive skills. Okay, what is cognitive? Something to do with thinking. Okay, where the students can gather, organize information and ideas, structure the sequence, expressing the information and ideas into written draft and editing. Okay, so writing instruction is focusing only for the teachers. So as a teacher, okay, myself as a teacher, I would instruct the students to do the writing part or writing task. Okay, so the most difficult skill to teach, okay, is writing instruction. Okay, I mean the writing skill, okay, is very difficult to teach, and teachers have to adapt variety of methods in teaching writing, okay, to motivate students to perform the writing task. Okay, teachers also must have the knowledge and writing skills to teach writing. Okay, so now let's look at what is actually higher order thinking skills. Okay, this is one of the main elements in creative and critical thinking skills, and it is the highest level in hierarchy of cognitive process. If we refer to the taxonomy, Bloom's taxonomy, okay, the HOTS and the critical thinking skills is actually on top. Okay, I will show the taxonomy later. Okay, and the definition of HOTS, okay, is the ability to apply knowledge, skills, and values in making of reasoning and reflection of problem solving, decision making, innovative, and able to create something. Okay, and also thinking skills are associated with the learning process. So if a person is doing a thinking or a thinking skill, okay, he or she can influence the learning ability, speed, and effectiveness of learning. Okay. Okay, what is HOTS in writing? Okay. Okay, thinking and writing is actually connected. Okay, writing can be seen as thinking process. So if you are doing your own writing, actually at the same time you are thinking of ideas. Okay, so it's actually interconnected. Okay, thinking and writing. Okay, strategies that can lead to HOTS. Okay, that means the verbs. Okay, they are applying, analyzing, evaluating, and synthesizing. Okay, these all these you can find in Bloom's taxonomy. So as ESL teachers, okay, ESL teachers is English as second language teachers, need to encourage students to think and develop their own thinking through comparing and contrasting, problem solving, and using graphic organizers. So in order for students to develop their own thinking, they must have some tools, okay, that actually trigger them to think, okay, while doing the writing. Okay, so this is example, graphic organizers. Okay, so ESL teachers encourage students to build awareness, understanding, and control of their thought process. Okay. Okay, so the problem statement, okay, the issues of the study, okay, that I have reviewed from the other literatures, okay, and other studies. The first one, ESL teachers only focus on lower order thinking skills, that is LOTS, okay, which are only recalling and memorizing. Okay, ESL teachers feel reluctant to incorporate HOTS in teaching writing due to the lack of knowledge on HOTS. Okay, because they have no ideas what HOTS are about. Okay, so they become so hesitant and reluctant to practice HOTS in class, especially in writing class. Okay, and ESL teachers' knowledge on HOTS is still at a medium level. Okay, why is that so? Maybe because of they are not exposed to the knowledge of HOTS and also critical thinking and even using the thinking maps itself. Okay, ESL teachers use limited strategies to enhance students' HOTS when teaching writing. So instead of using mind map or graphic organizers, maybe the teacher do not use those tools, okay, to promote thinking among students. Okay, and then difficulties of ESL writing in Malaysian classroom, where the weak students struggle to write in a second language, okay, because they have different level of proficiency, so it's very hard to teach writing in Malaysian classroom. Okay, so these are the objectives of the study. That is to explore ESL teachers' experiences on teaching writing using thinking maps. So in my study, I would only focus on this map, okay, or the graphic organizers that is called thinking maps, okay, or I think, to evaluate the role of thinking maps as a pedagogical tool to enhance HOTS, to suggest other strategies that should be implemented by ESL teachers to develop students' HOTS in writing classroom. Okay, so this is the methodology, okay, the review of literature, and then the main aim is to review is to provide, evaluate, analyze, synthesize the knowledge and ideas shared by other studies on the problem and study, and also review of literature from article journals, international and national policies, online database, newspapers, magazines, and as a technique to address the research objective of the paper. Okay, so this is about thinking maps. Okay, thinking maps is actually a pedagogical tool or thinking tool. Okay, so the definition is, it is a visual representations that allow students to modify their background knowledge by understanding the connection between current knowledge and new information. For example, if we ask students to write a sentence, okay, for example, one word maybe play, okay, play, okay, the verb is play, okay, make a sentence using the word play. Okay, so the students will use the current knowledge that they have in their mind, that is their background knowledge, and then with the new information that has been given maybe by the teacher or maybe by the books that they have read. Okay, so the new information, they will combine together with the current knowledge, the background knowledge that they have, and then they will create the sentence. Okay, so it can be used to enhance HOTS. Okay, so thinking maps is actually comes from I Think program. Okay, it was launched in 2011 and has been implemented in all schools across Malaysia by 2014. Okay, and it has 8 thinking maps. And the aims of the I Think program is to guide teachers to enhance thinking skills among Malaysian students, okay, to inspire, to produce a successful, innovative generation in the future, create students as independent learners. So this is actually the thinking maps. Okay, there are 8 of them. Okay, there are 2 phrases there. Okay, the first one is the map itself, the name of the map, circle map. And the second phrase is actually the thinking process that is related or the map is focusing on. Okay, for example, circle map is to define context. Okay, tree map is for classifying or grouping. Okay, bubble map for describing with adjectives. Okay, and so on and so forth. Okay, thinking maps is actually related and solely taken from the concept of Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, there are 2 versions of Bloom's taxonomy. The first one is from Bloom, 1956, and the second one is the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, but currently in Malaysian education, we use the second one, which is the revised one. Okay. Which the difference between the 2 is more or less the same, but we are focusing on the verbs. For example, the lots, okay, lots is lower order thinking skills, are understanding and remembering, and HOTS starting from applying the 4th level until the top level, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating higher order thinking skills. Okay, this is one example, okay, that I can show right now. Okay, this is a bubble map. Okay, for example, a teacher will ask the students to write an essay to describe about John Taylor. So this is bubble map, is something to do with, okay, adjectives, okay, for describing with adjectives. So the students will give the descriptions or adjectives about John Taylor. For example, adventurous, never give up, kind, curious, okay, persistent, loving. So all these ideas, it's actually made or created by the students themselves. Okay, another example is bubble map. Okay, it's also describing the adjectives. Okay, this is actually not English, but it's science subject, and they are focusing on the manganese. Okay, so when we look at the second picture here is the sentences that the students have written based on the ideas that they have brainstormed, okay, in the bubble map. Okay, manganese. So what is it about? Metallic, brittle. Okay, so all these ideas can be put in sentences. Okay, so in this way, it shows that students apply the knowledge of manganese, okay, and create and transfer them into sentences. So this is actually an example of a simple paragraph of writing. Okay. All right, past studies. Okay, based on Singh et al. 2020, when students are given tasks in a group to present their mind maps, they become more excited to participate in the discussion. So based on the usage or the implementation of thinking maps itself, okay, it actually made the students to become more excited, okay, to participate in the discussion. And also at the same time to increase students' motivation to learn. And the use of thinking maps can improve the students' writing skills, okay, which they are able to write a draft of writing, and they will write more in detail and well-organized writing, okay. And they manage to use the appropriate vocabulary, the correct grammar and spelling, punctuation, and capitalization in their writing. So the attitude of the students also become more positive, okay, and has already improved when they use thinking maps. Okay. Students participate more actively in their writing tasks and improve their logical flow of ideas. Okay, so these are actually the positive feedback based on the past studies. So in conclusion, okay, based on this previous studies, thinking maps as a pedagogical tool can be used by ESL teachers to enhance HOTS. And ESL teachers can plan systematically for their writing lesson by integrating brainstorming activities using 8 thinking maps to assist students to expand their ideas for the writing task. Okay? At the same time, students who can creatively develop their understanding and show their enthusiasm for writing. ESL teachers can adapt other strategies as well. For example, by using graphic organizers, okay, when teaching writing, for example, mind map, and they can implement on the 21st century learning skills. Okay, for example, hot seat, gallery walk, questioning, answering technique to enhance HOTS. Another suggestion that I can make here, maybe professional development programs should focus on HOTS in teaching writing. This is among teachers. Okay. All right, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Hani. Thank you very much.
Welcome, teacher.
Very interesting topic also about HOTS. But sorry, can I ask a short question? This I think which is implemented right in is it in a secondary school teachers, or is it for teachers in primary school?
To all teachers across
teachers.
Malaysia, primary and
secondary or secondary, and not university lecturers.
Both. University lecturers, I assume they also have this kind of exposure and training, but it is not really, what do you call it? I'm not sure about that because I'm in school, but okay. I think they have been like exposed to it, to the thinking maps.
Okay, but then again, for this especially the HOTS or high order level thinking. High order thinking level. What is the finding? Did you do the some research at the background, whether it, like you say, it's probably is not catching up very well with the teachers. It's not catching up very well with the student as well. You know, what are the reason? You probably stated some reason there and so on. And you also have forwarded some of the recommendation and so on. But how much actually since implementation back in 2011, if I remember correctly, that HOTS or I think has been successful so far as implementation is concerned? Is it successful or is it not so successful, or is it just another fantastic program? What do you think?
For I think only for a few years until 2015, 16, and then suddenly it just becomes
It just went off.
Yeah. But still, we teachers in school, we practice this mind map. I mean, thinking maps.
Yeah.
It's actually a thinking tool. This is like you can use it, and until it's up to you lah. It's up to you when you want to use it. Okay.
I see. So this is becoming like a assistant or a tool to teachers. Actually, it's not like every teacher is compulsory to utilize this tool to make sure that the teaching, especially English as a second language, is as effective as it is expected. So that's probably the reason. If the tool itself is becoming a burden, so-called, quote unquote, to the teachers themselves might not be interested actually to carry on. Even if the teacher is interested, the student themselves maybe is becoming, they look at the program, it look very technical, very maybe it's beyond their creative thinking, not their level yet, and so on. So I'm not sure. We spend money probably on that program already, but if it is not utilized to the highest level, I think you and I will agree that it is rather having a tool which is not fully utilized. So it's a wasteful resources actually.
Yeah, maybe for, I think, yes, thinking maps, but not for HOTS.
Yeah.
Because HOTS is still ongoing.
Good, very good. I mean, I like to hear that. Okay then, thank you very much, Ani. Very good.
Doctor, may I say something if you don't mind? Sorry. Very interesting presentation. Very interesting presentation presented by our sister. May Allah bless you, sister. Wallahi, very good presentation indeed, and very good topic. Very good topic. Yeah, you have mentioned in your, and thank you so much. You mentioned something in your thing that, and when doctor asked that, is it primary school or secondary school, this tool can be utilized for, then you see for primary and secondary alike, they can be used. I think it's a very good technique actually at this level. Yeah. And doctor, you asked a question by whether it can be utilized for maybe what you call the advanced level. This tool, perhaps what I can suggest is that it's a matter of suggestion and comment, because to my little bit experience, alhamdulillah, I was so fortunate to teach what you call a course called creative thinking and problem solving for our students here, alhamdulillah, in IIUM. So the course is very nice course actually. In the end, the student can be able to solve various problems in their life by using various techniques. For instance, in these creative thinking classes, we do have various techniques such as brainstorming technique. And I believe this brainstorming technique, it may be something like what sister mentioned in your diagram, that the students should brainstorm. They come out with ideas, various ideas. You give them one thing, then the many ideas will emerge from one sentence. So that is brainstorming actually. So the student here, they use that brainstorming to solve the big problem, or parallel thinking. We call it parallel thinking. So they think in the same direction in order to solve certain problem. Okay. Then they have another thinking of creative thinking and problem solving. Another technique is that we call it what you call cis thinking hard. I don't know, sister, whether you are aware of that cis thinking hard. It is introduced by Edward de Bono. Edward de Bono is an Italian. Edward de Bono is an Italian thinker who came out with cis thinking hard in order to solve various problems. So I do not know whether this technique can be very useful for primary school and secondary school students, but as far as university students are concerned, I believe these creative thinking techniques, they are very, very helpful, ranging from brainstorming technique, parallel thinking technique, concept fan technique, and cease thinking hard technique. So I don't know whether you can get one of these techniques to add it to this, what you call the technique that you have for thinking maps. So maybe they will be very, very useful for students, inshallah. That is only comment that I have, inshallah. May Allah bless your presentation.
Thank you,
Very
Dr.
good
Tijani.
presentation.
Thank you very much.
May Allah
All right, let us proceed with the next presenter. Thank you, Hani. We proceed with the next presenter, Hadijah Johari. Hadijah Johari, can you hear?
Ya, Pak Doktor.
Okay, great. Okay, please maintain the time, 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you. We are running a bit behind time now. I can see your screen now.
Okey. Okey, Doktor. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih. Saya minta izin berbentang dalam bahasa Melayu, Doktor.
Okay, let me explain to the non local language speaker. Okay, this presentation will be presented in a local language. Okay, so
Okay,
wherever you can, Hadijah, you may want to probably rephrase that in English, wherever possible. Not all, because it will take a lot of time. Okay, and some area maybe you can say that in English, no problem. But it will be in local language. Okay, it's a challenge for Dr. Tihani and Dr. Amun as well. And from Nadir as well.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. InsyaAllah saya akan bentang dalam berkaitan dengan motif fungsional, penglibatan sukarelawan, kajian meta-analisis. Saya Hadijah Johari bersama dengan tim member yang lain, Syamila dan juga Cik Ana Susastri. Saya dari Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Kuala Ketil, Kedah, insyaAllah. Okay, so fokus perbincangan saya berkaitan dengan kajian fungsional. That means kita punya penglibatan sukarelawan dalam aktiviti kesukarelawan. So kita berdasarkan fungsi dan dapatan oleh Clary yang mengatakan teori utamanya berkaitan dengan fungsi fungsional. Dan ada juga kajian berkaitan dengan keadaan ini berlaku apabila Ahmad Amir 2020 membuat penyataan tahap kesukarelawan belia Malaysia belum cukup baik, dan kita disokong dengan dapatan oleh kajian yang dibuat oleh Institut Pendidikan Pembangunan Belia sendiri, yang itu hanya 60.93% sahaja belia kita yang terlibat dalam aktiviti kesukarelawan. Dan ada 3 tujuan kajian dijalankan, dan hasil dapatan mendapati metodologi keseluruhan kajian melibatkan kualitatif dan kuantitatif, dan dapatan kajian mendapati motif utama fungsional yang terlibat ialah aspek nilai, dan pada tahap kepuasan kesukarelawan itu hanya pada tahap sederhana. So ini sedikit pengenalan. Bahagian pengenalan, kita bergerak berdasarkan kenyataan Azizan pada 2013 mengatakan sukarelawan tu invertebrate ia bermaksud memberikan bantuan tanpa ganjaran dan yang pentingnya secara percuma, sama ada dalam bentuk mental ataupun tenaga ataupun juga keuangan. Walau bagaimanapun akhir-akhir ini kita ada kenyataan yang ungkapan sinis lah berkenaan dengan sukarelawan ni berkaitan dengan sindrom 6T, iaitu have the kita ada topi, t-shirt, teh, tambang, tetamu dan juga televisyen. Okay, walau bagaimanapun dapatan Barbara mengatakan sebenarnya keterlibatan kesukarelawan ini dipengaruhi oleh faktor positifnya ataupun nilai pengalaman positif yang kita dapat selepas mengikuti aktiviti kesukarelawan. So itu berkaitan juga dengan dapatan dalam Kamus Dewan yang mengatakan kesukarelawan inilah tabiat yang paling mulia dalam kita punya kehidupan seharian, insyaAllah. Okay, so latar belakang bergerak kajian ini ialah berkaitan dengan dapatan Amir Ahmad tadi, iaitu kenyataannya mengatakan belia Malaysia belum cukup baik tahap kesukarelawannya, dan dapatan juga oleh Yaris tadi 60.9%. Dan kita sebenarnya boleh memanipulasi data yang dikemukakan oleh Jabatan Perangkaan mengatakan belia pada masa dengan had umur 19 hingga 24 tahun itu berjumlah lebih kurang 3 juta orang. So dan ini sebenarnya keadaan ini boleh kita manipulasikan untuk kita meningkatkan kajian tentang kesukarelawan yang dibuat oleh World Giving Index 2019 yang mengatakan Malaysia pada tangga ke-30 berbeza dengan Indonesia pada tangga 10 dan Myanmar pada tangga yang kedua. So itu kita ambil inisiatif dan tindakan drastik pun juga telah kita buat. Rentetannya antara yang kita lihat ialah tindakan pemerintah. Kita adakan tahun sukarelawan negara, sambutan tahun sukarelawan negara sejak 2009. Dan kemudiannya JPT melalui Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kementerian Pendidikan juga telah melaksanakan yayasan sukarelawan siswa. Walau bagaimanapun keterbukaan penglibatan ini kita perlukan di sini sebab yang berlaku hari ini hanya melibatkan wakil-wakil universiti saja. In fact for adalah universiti saja yang terlibat sama dengan keterlibatan itu. So hasil tujuan kajian kita nak lihat dari sudut metodologi yang kita gunakan daripada kajian-kajian lepas. Kemudiannya kita nak tengok lokasi kajian-kajian dilakukan, dan yang terakhir kita nak tengok dapatan kajian motif yang melibatkan multifungsional. So kita menggunakan kaedah meta-analisis tadi, dan dapatan kita mendapati untuk aspek kualitatif metodologi ada 8 penyelidikan awal yang menggunakan kaedah metodologi kuantitatif. Secara kualitatif ada 7 dan tidak ada sebarang kajian yang dilakukan melalui kajian campuran. Hakikatnya kita kata digalakkan kaedah campuran ini lebih digunakan pada kajian akan datang sebab dia menggabungkan dapatan data soal selidik dan juga berkaitan data secara temu bual. Dan ini juga disokong oleh kajian-kajian lepas lah, terutama dari sudut Cravel, Shima dan juga Kamarudin tentang mood campuran tersebut boleh digunakan. Okay, bahkan untuk tujuan yang kedua kita ada lokasi kajian berkaitan multifungsional. Ada beberapa kajian yang terdahulu kita lihat mendapati ada satu kajian yang dibuat di dalam kalangan belia Felda. Kemudiannya di sekolah menengah dan juga ada satu kajian yang dibuat secara keperpustakaan. Walau dapatan kita mendapati ada 6 kekerapan yang digunakan melibatkan pelajar IPT dan juga melibatkan taman perumahan. So sefaham kita lokasi ini perlu kita penyelidik beri penekanan sebab mereka akan terlibat sama dalam kegiatan-kegiatan yang di kajian yang akan dijalankan. Itu pentingnya lah di situ. Dan yang terakhir kita dapat tujuan yang terakhir kita dapat lihat hasil kajiannya ialah berkaitan dapatan. So kita ada 15 kajian terdahulu yang kita lihat ada synchronize dengan tajuk kajian kita multifungsional, antaranya sejak 2013 sehinggalah yang terkini 2021. Okay, antaranya adalah Tajuddin, Fauzia Ibrahim, Zian Sofia Ahmad, Azlina Mahir, Siti Natrah, Wan Asri, Hadijah, Tofah dan juga Narwana dan juga Umar Yusri, Hadijah, Elvin, Nur Hafizah, Nuriha dan juga Kristina. Yang ini keseluruhannya melibatkan kajian-kajian yang kita cari daripada data-data Google Scholar dan juga Scopus lah. Okay, untuk menjawab yang ketujuh, hasil dapatan kajian kebanyakan ada 7 kajian yang menggunakan soal selidik inventory, functional inventory dengan 6 faktor utama motivasi iaitu berkaitan dengan aspek nilai, kemudiannya pemahaman, sosial, kejayaan, perlindungan dan pengembangan diri. Dan hasil dapatan oleh Hadijah dan juga oleh Wan Nasri mendapati motif nilai sebagai min utama, Walau bagaimanapun ada dapatan kajian oleh Azlina mendapati motif utama bukan nilai tetapi lebih kepada aspek pemahaman. Rumusan yang kita boleh buat, perbezaan fungsi itu melibatkan situasi sebenarnya dan juga melibatkan keadaan ataupun keterlibatan aktiviti itu melibatkan sukarelawan yang bagaimana. So itu yang kita dapat lihat, motif akhir pengalaman positif yang kita dapat oleh sukarelawan itu menentukan tahap motif utama keterlibatan mereka. Okay, dapatan yang kedua berkaitan perbezaan motif sukarelawan mengikut gender. So kita dapatan kajian oleh Hadijah dan juga Norihan tidak menunjukkan tidak ada perbezaan gender. Walau bagaimanapun ada satu kajian oleh Tajul Arifin mengatakan terdapat perbezaan antara sukarelawan lelaki dan perempuan yang bermotifkan nilai, tetapi dalam aspek kesukarelawan mereka ialah merujuk kepada aktiviti sukan. So mungkin rumusan yang kita boleh buat di situ, perbezaan gender itu juga merujuk kepada aktiviti lah, keterlibatan mereka dalam apa aktiviti yang mereka laksanakan dan secara tidak langsung dia mempengaruhi penglibatan mereka dari aspek gender. Okay, dan yang terakhir kita dapat lihat ialah tahap kepuasan. Kita dapati hampir 98% dan juga 89% menunjukkan kepuasan melibatkan diri dalam aktiviti kesukarelawan. Walau bagaimanapun Wan Asri, Wan Aziz mendapati motif fungsional tadi hanya menyokong lebih kurang 67% sahaja. Dan kita dapat lihatlah sebenarnya faktor yang sama juga tadi, kepelbagaian bentuk aktiviti, keterlibatan sukarelawan itu mempengaruhi tahap kepuasan aktiviti yang pelaksanaan mereka sebenarnya. Dan yang terakhir kita lihat daripada aspek cadangan, kita gerak kepada 4 aktiviti sebenarnya melibatkan pentadbir ataupun pemerintah, juga peranan rakyat ataupun terutamanya kat sini golongan belia dan mahasiswa, dan juga keterlibatannya ialah pengurusan universiti lah. Berdasarkan cadangan yang pertama oleh Hadijah, dia mengatakan juga selain pihak pentadbir menggubal menganjurkan aktiviti, boleh juga dicadangkan ialah penggubalan dasar-dasar kerajaan seperti yang pernah dilakukan di Kanada dan negara Eropah yang lain, mewajibkan mahasiswa sekurang-kurangnya mengambil lebih kurang 40 jam kredit aktiviti kesukarelawan, berbanding kita lah hari ini hanya 2 kredit saja, iaitu keterlibatan kita dalam aktiviti kesukarelawan melalui mata pelajaran umum iaitu U4, aktiviti kesukarelawan sama ada dan melalui aktiviti co-curriculum ataupun khidmat masyarakat sendiri. Okay, dan kita tak nak jugalah pengabaian aktiviti ini ataupun penekanan ini boleh menjadikan isu nasional hari ini lah kan, seperti apa yang berlaku banjir pada 2014, kemudiannya tanah runtuh di Sabah pada 2015 dan hari inilah dalam tempoh terakhir ini kita ada banjir luar biasa sekitar 2021. Dan penglibatan yang digalakkan juga ialah bukan saja dari kalangan rakyat Malaysia tu ialah melibatkan golongan mahasiswa, terutamanya ialah pelajar-pelajar lelaki, dan juga dicadangkan oleh Wan Azri bukan saja golongan mahasiswa itu sendiri tapi peranan universiti sendiri juga boleh memainkan tanggungjawab untuk meningkatkan semangat kesukarelawan. So rumusan akhir yang kita boleh buat, kajian ini ialah kajian meta-analisis yang melihat pola dan corak penyelidikan yang berlaku berkaitan motif fungsional, dan kedapatan reka bentuk kajian yang kita dapat lihat kebanyakannya ialah kajian tinjauan sebagai kajian utama dan menggunakan kaedah kualitatif dan kuantitatif secara analisis deskriptif dan juga inferensi. Dan motif utama yang kita dapati dari 15 artikel tadi ialah aspek nilai sebagai faktor utama dan diikuti oleh faktor pemahaman dan juga motif kerjaya. Dan sebagai info tambahan untuk kajian akan datang, dicadangkan juga keterlibatan ataupun kajian lebih lanjut yang berkaitan dengan tahap kepuasan dan juga penghayatan kesukarelawan. Kerana kita dapati pada hari ini kajian-kajian yang dilakukan mendapati tahap kepuasan dan penghayatan itu pada tahap yang rendah. So itu saja doktor, terima kasih dari saya bersama kawan-kawan yang lain. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much Hadijah. Also very interesting. Okay, for those who does not speak our local language very well, this study is about the motivation. What are the actual factors that motivate people to take voluntary work, okay, to be involved in voluntary activities, okay. So quite an interesting finding. Okay, there is not much significant difference between gender. Okay, as far as male and female, both are involved evenly in the voluntary activities, but there could be a further studies later to find out if the factor like self-satisfaction and other factors might also contribute to the reason or the factors that may affect why people are involved in voluntary work. I think that's roughly summarize your paper, Hadijah. Maybe not very well, but I think that's about all about the study. Interesting one.
Okay, terima kasih Doktor. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. So I like to move forward with the next speaker. The next speaker is Azizan. Are you there, Azizan?
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam. Good. You are there. All right. So you may take the floor now. Please maintain the time, 10 to 12 minutes, because we are running short of time already.
Okay, terima kasih and thank you, Dr. Shafi. I can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. One more time. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Good afternoon to all my friends here. And thank you for the Mr. Chairman, Dr. Shafi. Okay. My presentation today is about digital marketing strategies to improve business performance among Malaysia SME. And I representing my team, Azizan, myself, Dr. Hajah Mazika Mokhtar Wan Khairul, Nisa Bazan, Dr. Chi Wee Ming from City University, Malaysia, Petaling Jaya. Okay, so I think I proceed to my presentation. Okay. Today, actually, I'm talking about the digital marketing strategies to improve business performance of Malaysia SME. Okay, first thing first is business performance is actually something that closely tied to the commercial effectiveness and is determined by the ability of a company to implement optimal organization with the aim of offering a product or service that meets the expectation of consumer and customer. And why the business performance is important? It consists of regular feedback moments that allow managers to spot and address problems quickly, as well as keep everyone motivated and on track. And by improving employee engagement and improving company productivity, the performance management can help boost a company's profitability while keeping everyone happy. Okay. And entrepreneurial activities actually are increasingly more regarded as a crucial to agencies. However, in this day's complicated worldwide economy, entrepreneurship has come to be even more essential, closer to obtaining a sustainable competitive advantage. And due to the globalization, small and medium-sized agencies, or short form is SMEs, facing increasing strain from opposition from across the world. Okay, and also SME are encouraged to enforce an entrepreneurial mindset to understand the threats and possibilities within the surroundings of the organization that allows you to make sure that the firm will continue to exist within the future. And SME are coping with increasing pressure, competition from around the arena because of globalization. And it has become more clear that SMEs are facing a problem in maintaining and enhancing their commercial enterprise performance through the years until they are capable of actively manipulate those compressions while combined with the changing sophistication of customers around this sector. And these studies developed in developing countries on mixed finding has shown that impact of market orientation and organization performance. And business performance also has been in most cases associated with the marketplace orientation, but it has showing that companies may also have a whole lot of strategic orientation, and that the multifaceted nature of most markets today call for techniques constructed on SO as opposed to market orientation more likely to many strategic orientation. Okay. The research problem is about insufficiency of empirical verification, the use of remarketing by SME. And SME often depend on outside sources for both new entrants and further development of their innovation behavior. Let me explain a little bit on this research problem. The first one, this is an insufficiency of empirical verification, the use of remarketing by SME from developing countries. And in order to introduce their product to foreign market, the SME sometimes often lack of resources, capabilities, and market power because they enjoy using the traditional multinational companies to introduce their product into foreign market. And therefore, the exporters have regarded as one of the starting mechanisms that SME can use to foster internationalization, and the complexity of international operation tends to be more challenging for SME given their relatively low resource base than their larger competitor. And the second one, SME often depend on outside sources for both new entrant and further development of their innovation behavior. One of the main common route SMEs follow to access relevant new outside knowledge is to acquire it by encourage partnership with outside partners. And new links are maintained with external partners enable organizations to accelerate the process of innovation, and it provides access to new ideas or practices that are already in place, implemented in other contexts and organizations. The research objective is to identify the element of digital marketing for business performance of SME. I mean digital marketing strategy. And second one, we're trying to investigate the most powerful element in digital marketing used by SME. Okay, so little bit on LR or literature review. Small and medium enterprise play vital roles and backbone for the financial boom in Malaysia, and the contribution of SME to gross domestic product of Malaysian financial system in year 2005 improved with the aid of 29 consistent with to 32.7 according to SEN in 2012. And according to Smith and Rees, business performance is described as the operational ability to meet the dreams of an organization's major shareholders, and it should be assessed to evaluate degree of business enterprise accomplishment. And business overall performance dimension on this study are the market performance, dealer overall performance, process overall performance, people overall performance, and patron relationship overall performance. And SME also are facing increasing pressure competition from around the world because of the globalization, and became more clear that SME face rising up the difficulties in maintaining and improving their business performance over time unless they are able to actively manage this compression when combined with the changing sophistication of customers around the world. And to ensure that the firm will continue to exist in the future, SME are encouraged to accept an entrepreneurial attitude to recognize the threats and opportunities within the firm's environment. That one is said by Cross, JP, and Hosman, 2011. Okay. And digital marketing is the component of marketing that uses internet and online-based digital technologies such as desktop computers, mobile phone, and other digital media and platform to promote product and services. And digital marketing, also called online marketing, is the promotion of brands to connect with the potential customers using the internet and other forms of digital communication. And these include not only email, social media and web-based advertising, but also text and multimedia messages as a marketing channel. Okay. Among the selected variable for this research is an email marketing, content marketing, search of site engine optimization, and social media. And I go to the research design. The research uses descriptive quantitative method by conducting a survey directly into the field using questionnaires, and questionnaires were distributed to SMEs, which is our respondents, registered SMEs from Kuantan, Pahang, and made to measure most powerful element digital marketing strategy used by SME, and all variables are measured in order to answer research question, namely to identify the element of digital marketing for business performance of SME, and what is the most powerful element in digital marketing strategy used by SME. And research design, data obtained then descriptively presented in the form of table tested for validity and reliability so that it is feasible to be used as research data. And in trendy, research layout is a blueprint or plan for the gathering, dimension, and evaluation of facts. And collection of data takes a look at use survey approach via questionnaire disbursed into respondent for statistic collection. And overall of questionnaire have been allotted to respondent 130 efficaciously back. And 3 weeks after the primary delivery of 150 questionnaire respondent and a complete of 130 questionnaire had been back, resulting in a reaction charge of 86.67%. And the respondents are the owners of workers of SME. The profile of respondents consists of type of business, position of SME, number of workers, business sector, income, gender, age, race, education level, and working status. And go to data analysis. This study revealed 4 main digital marketing strategy used by SME in Kuantan, Pahang, namely content marketing, social media, site engine optimization, or search engine optimization, stand for SEO, and email marketing. These 4 strategies used by SME to increase their business performance. And based on this hypothesis, content marketing, email marketing, and social media have a significant positive effect on business performance, but site engine optimization has a low impact on business performance. Based on the result above, the digital marketing strategy has proven to influence the business performance of SME in Kuantan, and the result also shows that the most powerful element in digital marketing strategy is email marketing, which is closely linked to the social media. What is email marketing? Email marketing actually is a powerful marketing channel and a form of direct marketing as well as digital marketing. And that uses of email to promote your business, product, or services. And it can help make your customers aware of your latest item or offers by integrating it into marketing automation effort. Through email, we can have a link to our social media, maybe Facebook, Twitter, IG, and so on. Okay, through the research effect also, the researcher expect that the business owner and group will quickly enforce action application to develop SME, contributing to the USA socio-economic improvement using the least square or PRS method. In the convergent and discriminant validity model, they have a look at evaluation and recognize the element of virtual advertising approach for business performance of SME and inspect the most effective element in digital advertising and marketing used by SME. And in conclusion, this study revealed 4 main digital marketing used by SME in Kuantan, Pahang, namely content, social media marketing, site engine optimization, and email marketing. And based on the hypothesis, all these strategies actually have a significant effect on business performance. And finding on the research showed that the digital marketing strategy proven to influence the business performance of SME, and the most powerful strategy is email marketing. And first, it presents interpretation of the finding that SME have different outlook on virtual advertising and suggests that those strategies are statistically widespread on the subject of business overall performance in the context of SME in Kuantan, Pahang. And the second one, the finding display more insight from the content SME use the digital marketing or digital advertising and display that attention given to this kind of marketing can make certain that SME obtain better business performance. And this research investigates the influence of digital marketing effort adopted by small and medium enterprise in Kuantan, Pahang to determine the business performance. And this study also examined the influence of digital marketing application, such as social media marketing, search engine, site engine optimization, email content marketing, and search on business performance. And last part, the result of this study also found to be significant in determining the impact of digital marketing on performance. But on the other hand, the pandemic factors such as COVID-19 issues and competitive industry will also give pressure on the influencing of business performance. And on the basis of this result, we suggested that the business should utilize latest technological advancement for marketing effort to approach customers effectively and efficiently in order to grow in a highly competitive environment. With that, I end up my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Azizan. Thank you, Azizan.
Yeah.
You mentioned just now the most effective is email marketing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Doctor.
Maybe we all take stock from this finding. We must focus on email, you know, to market our activities, our business, and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes social media, a lot of story inside social media, but when through email, people look that is the most serious matter,
But the respondent of your data is coming from organization, right?
All are SME around Kuantan, Pahang. They all are registered SME with SME Corporation.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no further question. Anyone else? No? Thank you very much, Azizan.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you to all my friends here all over the world. I look Dr. Hamud very smiley, very happy in Langkawi. Okay, terima kasih. Thank you to all.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah.
Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Amin Al-Hadi Shafi. Okay, Dr. Amin will be presenting also in local language, right, Dr. Amin?
Yes, in local language, but I try to mix with English.
Okay, all right. Dr. Amin is from University of Science Islam Malaysia in Nilai, Negeri Sembilan. Okay, yes, so Nilai, Dr. Amin, please take over the session now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is my title, Kekal Pulih, Faktor Risiko dan Faktor Pelindung dalam kalangan bekas pesakit penyakit penyalahgunaan dadah. So my discussion or my research is about how to stay about abstinence, about risk factor, and also about protective factor among patients of rehab centers, drug rehab centers in Malaysia, especially in the NGO centers. So my population will be among the patients, ex-patients from NGOs in Malaysia, okay, that have been gone through all the treatments. And my introduction, kalau pendahuluan saya start dengan kita punya masalah dadah ni is already like 30 years already. 30 tahun dah ada masalah penyalahgunaan dadah and dah di-declare sebagai masalah dadah sejak 1980-an. And banyak effort ataupun usaha telah dijalankan, but still we have that drug issue in Malaysia. So kalau kita tengok masalah kajian ini fokuskan pada kecenderungan kekal pulih di kalangan klien sukarela dengan bukan sukarela. Okey, dan kita lihat bahawa kalau ikut peratusan menunjuk peningkatan jika banding tahun 2016 itu seramai 25%. Okey, daripada mereka masalah je, masalah relapse sadar. So kumpulan ini merupakan tenaga yang amat dipergunakan oleh negara. So kebanyakan mereka yang terlibat dengan dadah ini adalah dari kalangan mereka dari kalangan golongan-golongan belia. Jadi kita tengok matlamat kajian ini untuk melihat perbezaan antara klien sukarela dengan bukan sukarela dalam melihat tahap kekal pulih mereka. Kita tengok juga faktor pelindung dan risiko, risk factor and protective factor among volunteers and also non-volunteer clients after the rehab centers. Hasil kajian adalah signifikan bagi memberi input kepada negara melalui proses rawatan yang telah ditawarkan dan meningkat lagi kualiti perkhidmatan rawatan kepada penyakit dadah melalui proses pemulihan. Jadi saya ada 3 objektif. Kajian saya ni berbentuk kualitatif. So saya ada 3 objektif and I nak try habiskan this slide, Doktor, in 10 to 15 minutes. So mengenal pasti, nama objektif pertama mengenal pasti jangka masa kekal pulih antara klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela selepas menjalani rawatan di pusat pemulihan. Nombor 2, mengenal pasti faktor pelindung klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela. Nombor 3, mengenal pasti faktor risiko klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela. So ini merupakan soalan kajian saya. Saya ada 3 persoalan kajian yang sama macam objektif kajian saya, iaitu berapa lamakah jangka kekal pulih kalangan klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela, apakah faktor pelindung sukarela dan bukan sukarela, dan apakah faktor klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela untuk kekal pulih, to stay abstinence. Metodologi kajian ini lebih pada perbandingan, tapi untuk presentation dan juga paper ni saya akan fokus kepada after dia, selepas melalui rawatan, iaitu 6 bulan selepas melalui rawatan. So kita akan bandingkan perbandingan ni antara kumpulan sukarela dengan yang bukan sukarela. So kalau tengok persampelan dia is more into purposive sampling dan melibatkan 24 pusat rawatan NGO dekat negara kita. Okey, jumlah pecahan responden, okey, kita ada sukarela dengan bukan sukarela. Okey, usually bukan sukarela ni ramai dan sukarela ni kurang sikit. Sebab most of them kalau katalah mendapat rawatan bukan dengan ingin diri, tetapi most of it banyaknya dengan paksaan keluarga dan sebagainya, ataupun oleh pasangan hidup dan sebagainya. So instrumen temu bual, kalau kita tengok sini, saya gunakan protokol temu bual semi-structured ataupun protokol temu bual semi-structured, dan kita soalan-soalan ni mengikut objektif kajian yang kita telah senaraikan. Alright, so analisis data ialah secara kualitatif, dan juga pengumpulan data ni kita pergi ke lapangan, and perkara kajian ni dah dijalankan 2 years ago before COVID-19. Alright, so temu bual boleh dijalankan secara atas talian atau bersemuka, but most of it secara kat lapangan. And dapatan kajian kita ada 3 soalan kajian, dan soalan pertama ni kita tengok berapa lamakah jangka masa kekal pulih dalam kalangan klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela selepas menjalani rawatan di pusat pemulihan. So yang ni semua into deskriptif, kualitatif pun ada, deskriptif pun ada. So kumpulan yang masih menjalani rawatan dan saya didapati majoritinya tidak pasti dan kekal pulih. So most of it, 46% kata yang menjalani rawatan secara sukarela ni, 46% kata dia tak yakin dia dapat kekal pulih in 2 years time. After 2-3 years dia akan balik pada dadah. So bagi kumpulan yang sukarela, majoriti menyatakan tidak pasti sebanyak 41%, dan kumpulan yang telah mengikuti rawatan berada dalam kumpulan masyarakat golongan sukarela seramai 49% untuk tidak pasti akan kekal pulih. Bagi yang bukan sukarela, majoriti menyatakan kekal pulih seramai 3-4%, manakala mereka tidak pastilah seramai 11% untuk kekal pulih dalam jangka masa tempoh yang lama, 63 tahun. So ini dia punya peratusan dia, kekal pulih tak kekal pulih, and kita ada juga kurang daripada 1 bulan, okey, atau kurang, okey, yang mana memang satu dadah ialah satu masalah biopsychospiritual relapse punya disease, benda yang susah untuk kita berhenti. Jadi persoalan kedua ni ialah faktor pelindung klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela. So kita tengok balik apa faktor yang menjadi faktor dia untuk tidak terlibat dengan dadah dalam tempoh waktu tertentu. And kita ada senarai sini. Okey, faktor utama ialah motivasi keluarga, kedua ialah kerohanian keagamaan, motivasi dan sokongan rakan, strategi daya tindak, motivasi diri, motivasi masyarakat, elemen rawatan di pusat rawatan. So motivasi keluarga kita lihat sini. Okey, dilihat dari data yang dikumpul secara temu bual, kita tengok bahawa okey, this is the qualitative part. Kita dapat bahawa, for example, saya dapat support dari abang dan mak saya. Yang lain tak boleh berapa, yang tak berapa penting. Kalau mak saya jauh pun saya dah cukup dah bagi saya untuk dapat bantuan bila keluar nanti. Mak beri banyak nasihat pada saya, ayah pun banyak nasihat, tapi lebih pada beletih. Tetapi memang saya rasa sokongan mereka berada berdua dapat bantu saya berubah menjadi lebih baik. So the motivation keluarga ni merupakan yang paling utama sekali. The second one is the spiritual, okay, kerohanian spiritual. Okay, kalau kita tengok the first point dia, kalau saya ni budak, saya sembahyang Buddha untuk memukul ke ruh dan dalaman dan sebagainya. Kekuatan hati kita jadi kata-kata baik, mudah nak simpan, jadi tak ingat pada dadah yang lain. So the second one ialah kerohanian, satu family punya tie. Okay, motivasi rakan punya motivation ni paling penting sekali, pun sama penting juga. So data yang kita dapat sini yang support, okay, yang beri sokongan dan sebagainya ialah rakan-rakan mereka. The strategi daya tindak, the coping strategy, kalau katalah mereka merasa untuk terlibat dengan dadah dan sebagainya, okay, yang ni yang mereka akan lakukan, okay, based on contoh dua ni. Okay, bertim kita kena bekerja dan aktiviti kita kena ada target. Hidup kita kena ada target dan matlamat untuk berubah. And satu lagi, setiap kali ada masalah, saya akan mengemas semua. Kalau saya jumpa kawan-kawan, keluar sharing apa semua. Yang ketiga, saya pergi sihat macam jogging dan dengan kawan-kawan dan lain. Okay, this is the strategi daya tindak ataupun the coping strategy. Okay, tengok yang the next one, motivasi diri. Macam saya selalu niat dalam diri nak berubah, niat tak ambil dah benda tu. Macam bila saya aktifkan, saya rasa normal. So saya rasa setakat ni saya boleh teruskan untuk pulih. Memang boleh berterusan sebab kita dah tak nak ambil untuk kali kedua. Yang penting yang ialah kita pun tahu umur kita dah berapa. So self motivation pun penting juga untuk hal ni. Okay, untuk kekal pulih dan juga merupakan antara faktor pelindung bagi bekas mereka yang terlibat dalam penyalahgunaan dadah. So this one is motivasi keluarga. Kawan ada, keluarga ada, jiran pun ada yang menyokong. Okay, motivasi masyarakat, motivasi masyarakat. And next one, kalau macam saya, faktor yang saya tak nak ambil dadah lagi, salah satu ialah masukkan masyarakat. So community pun main peranan yang penting dalam perumahan ataupun tinggal di kawasan yang di sebuah kampung atau di sebuah pekan. Alright, yang penting sekali ialah sokongan-sokongan, antaranya ialah sokongan komuniti. Elemen rawatan di pusat pemulihan. Okey, sebabkan ada elemen-elemen pemulihan dalam pusat rawatan, not only pergi holiday ke pusat rawatan, tapi ada few elements yang dia belajar dalam pusat rawatan untuk dia kekal pulih. Dengan pendidikan kesihatan banyak bantu. Dia orang banyak beritahu info, contoh neuron kesan kalau kita hisap dadah dan sebagainya. So dia akan belajar tentang kesan dadah, not only dari segi fizikal, ekonomi, but dari segi damage terhadap ataupun kerosakan terhadap brain. Lepas tu NGO ini sendiri baik staffnya, dan mereka layan kita macam kawan. Sokong kita buat macam benda baik. So this one, soalan nombor 3, apakah faktor-faktor risiko klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela untuk kekal pulih. So ini merupakan the list of faktor-faktor risiko untuk kekal pulih. Yang benda perkara-perkara yang boleh menyebabkan seorang itu untuk terlibat kembali pada dadah. And number one lebih pengaruh rakan. Okay, not only that, keseronokan, pengaruh dan tekanan keluarga, tekanan hidup, mudah mendapat dadah, kurang pengetahuan, kurang sumber mendapat tenaga, okay, kurang mahir kemainan sosial, kurang amalan kerohanian. So kalau tengok pengaruh rakan, frekuensi dia yang paling top sekali, okay, kita dari list down yang mana paling tinggi dan yang mana paling rendah. So the frekuensi dia kalau ikutkan pengaruh rakan tu number one kalau untuk terlibat dalam penyalahgunaan dadah balik. So lepas berpunca dari trigger luaran dan dalaman, kawan-kawan dekat ke siapa yang ada bagi macam menguji kesabaran. Itu je lah. So kita tengok sini the kawan-kawan tu yang menyebabkan seorang itu terlibat dengan dadah kembali. Dia kembali relapse. Okay, second one ialah mungkin sebab kebosanan, tak ada kerja atau sebagainya. So most of them yang masalah dia ialah nak berseronok. Nombor dua, pengaruh dan tekanan daripada keluarga. So antara lain ialah pengaruh dan tekanan daripada keluarga itu sendiri. Alright, so macam contoh family macam tak terima saya bila balik ke rumah ataupun family tak percaya saya dah berhenti. Bila isu ini saya kenakan, lagi kena. Okay, so most of it isu dia ialah isu keluarga, family issues. Okay, tekanan hidup saya ambil sebab stres. Saya bekerja sebab saya satu bekerja sebab saya bekerja kedai makan. Di kedai itu dibuka waktu malam untuk jagalah waktu malam. So most of it isu stress. Dan kalau kita tengok tekanan hidup, for example lah, kalau kata isu-isu yang lain, isu kewangan dan sebagainya, itu ni mendorong pada tekanan hidup. Okay, senang mendapatkan dadah. Usually people yang orang yang duduk dekat kawasan hotspot ataupun memang banyak kes dadah. So untuk mendapatkan dadah itu amat mudah sekali. So kurang pengetahuan berkaitan dadah, ini masalah yang lain ialah antaranya awareness atau pengetahuan tentang dadah itu kurang. Untuk mendapat tenaga, yang ni pun sama, ada berkaitan untuk bekerja juga. Usually kalau kerja shift dan sebagainya ataupun bekerja yang kes selalunya kalau katalah kes kemalangan yang melibatkan lori di highway, selalu sekarang orang cuba nak libatkan atau cuba nak kaitkan pembawa ataupun pemandu lori itu dengan masalah dadah. And kurangnya kemahiran sosial atau bersendirian. So this is kemahiran dia, kurangnya kemahiran sosial atau bersendirian tu yang menyebabkan dia terlibat dengan penyalahgunaan dadah. So ini berkaitan dengan coping strategies atau coping skill dia. Kurangnya amalan kerohanian. So antara sebab juga ialah kurangnya kemahiran kerohanian. So kalau kita tengok perbincangan ni, okay, kajian ini melihat jangka masa yang dirasakan klien untuk bersih atau pulih daripada menggunakan dadah. Jangka masa ini dinilai aspek kebolehan untuk menjalani hidup normal tanpa dadah, dan majoriti responden hanya dapat menjangka mereka mungkin kekal pulih kurang daripada setahun ke 2 tahun. Okay, majoriti hanya boleh kekal 1 or 2 years. After the 3rd to 4th dan sebagainya hingga ke tahun ke-5 mereka akan kembali pada atau kembali mengambil dadah. Okay, so kita tengok juga rawatannya. Okay, 43% klien sukarela merasakan dapat pulih sebanyak 2 tahun, manakala yang bukan sukarela 55 tahun. So mereka yang bukan sukarela usually mereka boleh kekal lama sikit berbanding yang sukarela. Okay, so ini mungkin juga hasil daripada pengalaman mereka yang lampau atau rakan-rakan sebaya yang sentiasa mendampingi mereka. Selain itu juga mereka mungkin menyedari akan cabaran yang bakal menunggu mereka setelah keluar, menyebabkan mereka tidak yakin atau akan diri untuk terus kekal pulih. Okay, pengisian rawatan. So this one is antara yang perlu kita upgradekan, iaitu pengisian rawatan yang sesuai kepada all these people yang terlibat dalam penyalahgunaan dadah, utamanya kalau kita lihat kalau mereka yang setelah melalui rawatan dadah, isu penerimaan oleh masyarakat tu paling penting sekali oleh diri dan juga masyarakat. So apa yang NGO ataupun ADK, tapi utamanya NGO ni perlulah fokus pada terapi vocational ataupun vocational therapy untuk bantu mereka. So dia ada matlamat hidup, coping strategies dan sebagainya. Kita tengok juga faktor pelindung klien sukarela dan bukan sukarela untuk bekal pulih. So didapati boleh menjadi faktor pelindung dan faktor risiko ni. Okey, antaranya adalah keluarga yang paling penting, ibu bapa, adik-beradik. Okey. Peranan juga mereka boleh memberi nasihat, sokongan kepada klien yang sedang menjalani rawatan dan sokongan daripada keluarga dan memberi kekuatan emosi kepada klien, okey, yang berada dalam komuniti itu. So kita tengok faktor risiko, usually isu yang tadi kita lihat ialah dari segi faktor rakan sebaya. And next one, usually kalau golongan remaja dan belia ni, isu dia ialah isu untuk berseronok. Dan kita lihat bahawa tekanan hidup antara faktor menyebabkan seorang tu terlibat dalam penyalahgunaan dadah. And sometimes dia orang masa muda, for example when they are teenagers ataupun dia belia muda, remaja, mereka tak terlibat dengan dadah atau tak cuba, tetapi mereka akan cuba apabila mereka mula bekerja. So kita tengok, okay, mempercaya dadah mampu menambahkan tenaga, yang ini berkaitan dengan kerja. Dan kita lihat kesimpulan sini, okay, daripada kajian kualitatif yang kita jalani bersama responden ni untuk kekal pulih. Okay, so kita tengok juga ada masa jenis dadah yang diambil, iaitu dari segi demografi dan sebagainya, itu dalam full paper. And antara faktor yang rasa penting ialah dari segi pengaruh rakan sebaya. Pengaruh rakan sebaya itu penting, and also isu-isu berkaitan dengan faktor sokongan keluarga dan sebagainya. Okey, itu saja. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you very much, Dr. Amin. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Any feedback, any comment, or any question from you all? Okay. If there is no question, then we go for the next presenter. And after that, we will take, I think in our agenda, there will be about 15 minutes break. So we'll take that 15-minute breaks after this next presenter. Okay, so next I would like to call upon Fatin. One more time, Fatin. Are you there?
Hello, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Fatin, now it's already 4:36 p.m. So if you can help us to manage your time within the given time frame, we will be very happy actually. So take the floor, try to keep up with the time given. Okay, thank you.
All right, everyone can see my screen. Okay, my second paper is about fundamental assumptions in narrative analysis, mapping in mobile electronic hard record. Basically, my research is about mobile electronic hard record. So anything that I publish paper is a little bit changes, a little bit different information, but in the same context. So this is, I have 4 co-authors. This is the outlines. Introduction, information governance, literature review, constructing typologies, the prospective analysis, and last one is conclusion and suggestions. So for the introduction, basically to ensure the patient record availability and convenience. So and to make sure the patients are referred from medical institutions. So when we have data in mobile, in system, we can make a patient easy to bring their records everywhere and anywhere they go to refer their personal health information. And to adopting electronic based patient record could resolve difficulties in obtaining or retrieving previous medical records. So of course, when we want to retrieve previous medical record, is makes staff, especially medical staff, fast to retrieve any records. So this is electronic medical records and related concept. Actually, hospital information system is divided by information system, patient care, and manager information system. So as you can see in my slide presentation, as you can see in my slide presentation, they have a few information database, electronic medical record, and they have a few core functions, laboratory information system, radiology information system. That all these what we call as all these department section is all this department section we're referring to the patient information database. So means patient information database is one storage that referring by a few of section in the hospital. So for the literature review, this paper is about the based on previous literature. So previous literature by Wang, investigate electronic health record, sociological perspective and the impact on healthcare. It gives a big impact on electronic health records. And they have administrative and private insurer report found they have an inconvenience in using the new programming, intrusive change in the work cycle, financial constraint, and confusing the authorized access. As we know that hospital, especially private, they will deal with the insurance. So they have an issue regarding the system records to show to make sure the data from medical record and can be shared with insurance. So next, when electronic medical record is properly implemented within the line of information governance policies, patients will receive quality care from all the healthcare providers, as we know, and the implementation of contents ensure the information provided complete and update by the medical practitioner. Of course, when we have a system, we can update immediately anything the information. The success of any electronic medical record adoption is heavily dependent on healthcare professional responsible. So we cannot say that even we have a bombastic system, but when we have a information professional not give a commitment, give a corporate to use the system, we will not success to implement the system itself. So next, so there is constructing typologies for this paper. Information structure, they have 4 progressive level. First, information components, information gatherings, area, individual clinical documentation. So for electronic wellbeing records, answer are try to decide like how, by who, and in which structure the information are thought to be gathered, to whom they ought to be available, and how to entrance of others should be restricted. So all this rule and regulation will be must include in to ensure the well-being record itself. And in this typology, the clinical data information from a system for information structure and connecting among the clinical data must compare with a few standard regions, as I mentioned in the slide. We need to combine the framework and standard with ISO 13606, which is electronic records management itself. And this is the perspective analysis as per the finding obtained from the previous literature. Mobile electronic health record hold great potency in aiding patient treatment efficiently over time. So they have a previous research that mobile can be used, and it's show that it's a great potency. And however, numerous attempts to get clinicians to utilize electronic wellbeing records are being hampered equally due to the challenges with information passage. As we discussed before, we have little issue regarding the development of technology, especially in terms of security. So innovation should be enhanced by using electronic records framework. Is especially significant with the ongoing arrangement of specialist scopes to execute the public integrated care record service for National Health Service. So for conclusion and suggestion, electronic medical record encourage cost-effective admitted to complete exactly well-being information with which a supplier can settle or better choice about patient considerations. Inside individual affiliations, electronic information is vulnerable against authorized personnel, missing the advantage of performing the authorized modification. For instance, during patient confidential record and giving illegal access to those outside the healthcare license. So when we have basically when we have a security for patient access, we have a level of access, means nurse what they can access, doctor what they can access, and patient what they can access for their own personal health information. So in this method, information governance policy protect the framework, accountability, and follow the legal requirement. So basically, this paper will discuss about information governance, focusing on security, on level of access, on policies, on standard for mobile health records management implementation. So I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Fatin. I would like to check. You're saying that the EMR is being misused. Can you explain what kind of misuse or mishandling, or is it for you know, negative purposes like stealing patient's record, or you know, for criminal purposes, anything like that?
Yeah, basically we want to adopt from medical record system. Actually, we call as electronic medical record system, but now we have in the PC. So anything that doctor want to update about the patient details, they will need a time to go to the PC and update. So we suggest them that I said mobile. So mobile, they will update the patient detail on the we can say on the bedside, on the bed, on the sebelah patient lah, maksudnya dia boleh update
next to the patient,
on the
right next to the patient, they can update the record. Yes,
don't need to sometimes they need to wait after they check with the patient, and before they going back, they will update on the system. So sometimes the doctor, the medical, they will forget about the detail that they will need to update in the system. That basically that's the thing.
That is what you mean by misuse of the record. Is that right?
Yeah, and they have another issue like people will as we know, they have to open in the healthcare. They know the security, the level security access, but some they have case. One of the staff try to manipulate the data, especially the data from persons who person yang ada nama dekat Malaysia. They will show the detail of that person. They try to jual lah data tu dekat orang yang nak membeli tu.
Okay, so there is a potential abuse or misuse of the information, of the data for, I would say, quote unquote, criminal purposes. Like, so that is actually for the benefit of somebody else actually. So which is
yes.
Which is not right. Which is against the law actually. If you use your personal record for the benefit of somebody else, you are liable for a certain degree of punishment by law actually. So thank you for that. Thank you very much, Fatin, for the research paper presented. So
thank you, Dr. Sufi.
We take a break, but we take only 10 minutes break. Okay, now is 16:48, so we come back at 16:50. 58 or just before 5 p.m. Okay, just before 5 p.m. Let's take a break. You know, we can go make coffee. You can stretch up. You can you can go to the small room, whatever. All right. So we come back at just before 5 p.m. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. Okay. So in this conference, we have several participants as listeners. Okay. So we have Yoga Priya, Mafaza, Nick Wang, and few others. Wheeling also is there, and also Dr. Ahmad Fahmi. So you can also post question and also you know, provide your feedback to the presenters. No problem. So we actually welcome that. All right. So let's move on. We have another 5 presenters to present their papers, and then we are free to go actually. Yeah. So next, I would like to call upon Prof. Nadir. Prof. Nadir from University of Istanbul, Cerrahpassa, Turkey. He will talk about quality consideration and standard norms in the production and application of wood composite decks. Okay, okay, Dr. Siti, can you please take over the floor? Let's move on quickly. Okay, please maintain your presentation within the stipulated time frame. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, yes, clearly.
Okay. All right. What should I do with this? Okay, my topic for today's presentation will be micro-encapsulation of Clitoria ternatea, Cucumber longa, Brassica oleracea, and Hibiscus sadarifa using thermal effect ionic gelation technique. Okay, this is the table of content of today's topic. Oh, before that, I would like to inform everybody that the slide presentation were prepared by my master student. Okay, as an introduction, okay, I think I have to, right. Ionotropic gelation is a technique that allows the production of nanoparticles and microparticles by electrostatic interactions between two ionic species under certain conditions. Ionic gelation, which is also known as ion-induced gelation, results in nanoparticles and microparticles with defects such as improper surface morphology, fragile particulate system, high dispersibility index, and lack of proper surface modification sites to attach functional moieties. According to Devnev, advantages, the method is very economic and simple and requires less equipment and time. Reversible physical cross-linking by electrostatic interaction instead of chemical cross-linking has been applied to avoid the possible toxicity of reagents and other undesirable effects. Lastly, there is no use of organic solvent. So disadvantage, TPPCS is a chitosan-based nanoparticles, is their poor mechanical strength. So for the problem statement, microencapsulation protects different bioactive compounds from environmental factors and increase their half-life. The commonly used method by the previous researchers is pre-cooling microencapsulation, as it is considered the cheapest encapsulation technology by employing lower temperatures and with a high potential for scale-up. Due to this reason, there is lacking studies regarding microencapsulation using ionic gelation. Therefore, this project is conducted to expose the fundamentals of microencapsulation using ionic gelation method. Other than that, this study will also perform of mixing two methods of encapsulation, which are ionic gelation technique, and then we'll proceed to encapsulated by spray and or freeze drying method. So methodology. So first step, we need to do extraction of pigments and bioactive compounds. Second step, we need to prepare and produce calcium alginate solution. And then for the third step, we can collect the beads. And the fourth one, observation on alginate beads formed using naked eyes. So this is the procedure of preparation to produce calcium alginate solution and collecting beads. So we put in our food colorants here, all right? We mix with 2% of sodium alginate, and we need to prepare 5% of calcium chloride here. And we have to drop little bit, and we should perform beads like this. We should collect gel beads in conical flasks and store at low temperature for further use. So the color should be encapsulated inside the beads. So sadly, okay, this is the result. For butterfly pea flower, the color of butterfly pea extract remains the same after adding 2% of sodium alginate and 5% of calcium chloride. And then, but unfortunately, the color doesn't maintain. It changed to greenish blue after a few minutes during the collection. So this one was unsuccessful. For roselle flower also, not successful. The beads did not fully encapsulate, which makes the shape of the beads were not constantly spherical. Beads also burst after a few minutes of mixing with 5% calcium chloride. The gel bead somehow turns colorless after a few minutes and it's submerged into the bottom of the beaker. It should be floating, and then we can filter it off. So this one also unsuccessful. For turmeric, the color of turmeric extracts remains the same after adding 2% of sodium alginate. The gelation beads turn into brownish black color as soon as the reaction with 5% calcium chloride solution takes place. But when we we drop the liquid inside this 5% calcium chloride, it changed to brown color. Also unsuccessful. For red cabbage, the color of purple fades straight away after the addition of alginate and food colorant into the calcium chloride solution and does not pop up when squeezed. The gel beads also was hard, very keras. Okay. So in conclusion, all the samples produced from ionic gelation method did not form as expected. The one that we read from the previous research, they successfully do it with spirulina, but we want to opt for our Malaysian plants. So we're still under study of how to find the optimal condition on producing this ionic gelation method. So the beads form were not spherical. Okay, we can see that it fade in color, which can be concluded that natural colors from plants and fruits did not perform any cross-linking to preserve the color. So this is due to the components in the natural plants itself that interfere the cross-linking to take place. Thus, not all plant pigments can be encapsulated using ionic gelation method to preserve the color and to increase the shelf life. We need to study more on the chemistry part. Okay, so that's all from me.
Dr. Nur Suzila, that is also interesting finding actually.
Interesting, but
yeah, simple, but it is also interesting finding actually. Anybody has any question? Any question at all? Great. So we move on to the next one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nur Suzila. Yeah. What next after this? Okay, just in a simplified and short version of it is that after this, virtual presentation is being recorded. Okay, so the recording of this virtual conference will be published in YouTube, and then the URL or the link to the YouTube will be emailed to all of you. Okay, presenters and listeners as well. So you can access the recording of this virtual presentation or this virtual conference in YouTube. Okay, so that is next. That will happen probably as early as tomorrow. The files are going to be large because this is a quite long conference, more than 4 hours, definitely. And then the next one is you will be receiving your certificate. Okay, certificate as presenters. And those who are joining as listeners will also receive certificate as a participation as a listener. Okay. Those certificate will be emailed to you in PDF format by tomorrow. Yeah. That is the second one. The third one is the publication of your full paper. Okay, this is not not the listener, because listener don't submit papers, but the presenters have paper submitted, right? So your paper will be published in the conference proceeding book. Hopefully within this week. That is subject because some of you and some of other participants as well, either those who join as a presenter video presentation or as just submitting for the publication, still have their full paper pending. They have not actually submitted or uploaded the full paper into the system yet. So I hope you can get those earlier. We can actually publish the conference proceeding earlier. Yeah, that is publication in proceeding book. So proceeding book will have ISBN number. So you can always refer the proceeding book by ISBN number later. Okay, it will be in PDF format, and we also will email the proceeding book to all of you. That is within 1 week or latest in 2 weeks time from now. Next will be the publication of your full paper in our referee journal. Okay, so as I explained earlier, that publication in the referee journal will be in our March 2022 issue. But if any one of you requests to have the publication done in this December 2021 issue, please inform us. Okay, we actually can work out so that your paper can be published this year or this issue in December 2021. All right, and then we are done. After that, all our deliverable and obligation as organizer of this conference to you all is done, having published your paper in the journal. All right, so that's roughly the crux of the thing of this conference. Okay, can we come back now? Palestine, from Nablus, Palestine. How are things in Palestine now, Zain?
How what?
How are situation in Palestine now?
It's very hot in Palestine these days. Yes.
I see. Okay. All right.
Inshallah.
Okay, you can start your presentation now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do you see the PowerPoint slides?
Not yet. Now I can see. Thank you.
Okay. My presentation is about the challenges that face the Palestinian Authority facing the issues of taxation in Palestine, because as you know, Palestine sit under occupations, and it faces a lot of problems, financial problems, political problems, economic problems. So my paper is about the challenges that face taxation system in Palestine. I will start about
okay.
About the definition of taxation in Palestine, the taxation in general. Taxes are the mere sources of public revenue, as we know, collected with which the states mean the public expenditure that are its competencies. The importance of taxation has allowed to increase the historical developments. The purpose of taxation is to collect funds for the state and other public authorities, which are needed to finance their function. As we know, the Palestinian Authority in Palestine don't have a lot of revenues because it's an occupied land. So the main sources of revenues for the government is the taxes, and and the fees collected from the all ministers in Palestine. The history of the tax system in Palestine is very old and has been around for centuries, since the Middle East age until the early 20th century. Palestine was under the jurisdiction of Ottoman Empire and was subject to tax law that were prevalent in all states of empire. After the collapse of Ottoman Empire, Palestine were placed under the British mandate. The mandate governments enacted probably law 1940 and the income tax of 1947, making them applicable of all of Palestinians under 1948. So the Palestinians suffer from Ottoman authority, and then come the British mandate, and then come the Israelis occupation in Palestine. Though Palestine faced a lot of a problem. So the taxes suffer from its weak, and the taxpayer didn't believe in tax in general, because they said that we didn't have direct benefits from the tax. So in general, taxes face many problems in our in other countries, but in our countries it's more specific, because the taxpayer come to invest in Palestine to get gains and get the profits, and face many problems like political problem, and then they face the taxes percentage, because the taxes in Palestine it's come from other authorities, British mandate and Jordanian authorities in the past. So as the taxation, the history of taxations, the taxes imposed based on laws income tax has been imposed since the British mandates and the issues of first law in 1941. Palestine was the fourth countries in which income tax was imposed. This law funded an administrative authority responsible for implementing the articles of law. Income tax in 1967, the Palestinian lands became completely under the Israeli occupations, keeping the tax situation as it was. Still, the military rules orders the law, especially basic issues for practicing the legislation's power during occupations, one of which is the recognition of the independence of the Israeli legislation law on the West Bank and Gaza strips. Also, it was decided that the legislation authorities in Gaza and West Bank are the right of the Israeli military commanders or his representative. In 1967, the Israeli military commander orders to keep income, customs, and real estate taxes as they were in the West Bank and Gaza strips until he ordered otherwise. Based on that, rates of taxes were modified from 5% and then 55 and then 48. The situation in Palestine in all areas of remained subject to the authorities of Israeli military occupations until the administrative responsibility for the lands and was transferred to the Palestinian National Authorities, according to the agreement assigned with the Israeli side in 1993, in which the power of managing the Palestinian territories were transferred to Palestinian National Authority. They include the tax power that it was stipulated by the Paris Economic Agreement in 1994, and it cancels all military orders related to taxes and their collective. And a set of facilities and modifications were introduced that were approved by the Palestinian Council of Ministry at the beginning of 1995, which include amending tax and rates, reducing these rates, and amending and increasing personal and family exemptions. This law remained in effect until the Palestinian National Authority approved the income tax law number 617, which came into effect of the 1st of 2005, as it put a place package of financial and economic legislation that help in growth of the Palestinian economy. This is done by creating a suitable environment for investment and achieving justice without charging the owners of low income greater financial burdens than liabilities. They increase the value of family and personal exemptions and recognize many of those exemptions that were not recognized in the old law, such as home purchase expenses and medical training expenses. In 2011, the act regarding the Palestinian income tax was issued, which introduced many amendments, the most important of which is changing the law current from dollar to shekel. As you know, we don't have our currency in Palestine. We use a shekel in all transactions. So the tax is transferred to shekel as it's an authority decisions. As you know, all tax in Palestine depend on Paris Economic Agreement. As Paris Economic Agreement was assigned by Palestinians organizations and the government in 1994, it was included Gaza and Jericho agreements. The protocol bar of Oslo, according, services the main policy framework for the Palestinian National Authority management of economic affairs. Under its jurisdictions, not only the terms of external trade relationship, but also the term of financial, monetary, and other economic relations with Israel. The protocol consists of 11 articles on many aspects relevant to the economic, trade, and taxation policy, as well as policies relating to importing, banking, and insurance standards, and agriculture, water, and energy, and petroleum. As such as the protocol established main framework government the economic relations between the Palestinian National Authority and the government of Israel, which regard the West Bank and Gaza Strip for a transitional period that was intended to last only 5 years. It was agreed to establish a Palestinian and Israel Joint Economic Committee to follow up the implementation of a protocol and address any related problem, including the option for either party requests a review of protocols by the committees. So the Paris Economic Agreements regard to direct trade relationship with Israel, the Joint Economic Committee, which was composed of equal numbers of official experts from both sides, was supposed to solve any dispute that may arise between the two parties and make amendments to the agreements through negotiation. The committee, however, did not perform the task for which it was established because Israel ties economic issues to its political and security concerns. which paralyzed the work of the committee. The main problem of my study is the negotiation between the taxpayer in Palestine. Either it's a local taxpayer or it's an international taxpayer come to invest in Palestine, whereby the two parties have disputes. The national authorities have dispute with the taxpayers whether the income receipts it's subject to tax and whether an expense is deductibles for tax purpose. So this may become a barriers for the local and foreign investors to invest in the country, because they don't the taxpayer don't understand the tax law, because the tax law is very weak, and it's summarized a lot of issues in the law. So as Karim, he is an economic writer in Palestine, confirmed that the imposition of new taxes is one of the reasons to avoid investing in Palestine, since the Palestinian economy is no longer attractive to local and foreign investors, and the economy stands in front of many mysterious screens. So this research speak about the environment in Palestine and the kinds of taxation in Palestine, and they light on the challenges that face the Palestinian Authority to attract the investors to invest in Palestine and give them to encourage them to invest in Palestine. And that's it.
Okay. You finished with your presentation, right?
Yeah, I finished. Yeah, I finished.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. So, what what is the status now? The income tax is just as it is now, without any further development or further progress.
The authority start to write a new income tax law to face the problem that they see in the departments of income tax office. But they face an articles on Paris economic. The articles it's make like border. They can't did and dependent income tax law.
So in the
for example, when the taxpayer will export from other countries, the border is under occupations, and the Israeli may make the tax fee from the taxpayer and give it to the authority.
Okay.
So the Palestinian National Authority didn't have the real authority on the land. We didn't have the authority on the land. We didn't. In Palestine, we have 3 areas: A and B and C. National authority only control on areas A, and the areas B and C cannot make any economic authority. Like borders, we cannot sit on the borders. All the goods come to Israel and then come to the Palestinian lands. They pay to the Israeli part, and then the Palestinian part complete the Israeli work. So the taxpayer sit in the conflict side. Yeah. Whether they pay tax in Israel and then they pay another tax in Palestine. They pay two taxes when they enter the Palestine.
It must be very difficult for you people. Yeah. For people of the Palestinian. That is not much you can do with respect to any progress or dramatic change to the tax structure or income tax structure in this case, because there is always a factor, maybe the other side of the of the fence, which is the Israelis. You know, they also have their strong opinion, right, on how the tax will affect their. Basically, the reason is always security and politics and whatnot, you know, but probably that is the only reason they have. Actually, it's not actually a reason, but it's more of an excuse rather than a reason actually to develop the new tax system for you. Okay, thank you very much, Zain, for sharing the some of the prevalent issue that the Palestinians have right now, which is the income tax. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. It's moving, and then I think it's very fulfilling to me. For me, it's good to understand also some of the issues and challenges that Palestinians have. We talk about challenges with respect to invasion of Israelis and the treatment of Israelis but it is more like even the administrative part, the governing part of the country of Palestinian is also very difficult. Look at how they want to structure the income tax. It's so difficult to change or to progress for that matter. Okay, thank you very much. Now, Dr. Hamoud and Prof. Nadir is available. So I would like to call upon Prof. Nadir first. Are you ready?
I am ready, Dr. Sophie.
Okay, Prof. Nadir, you have 9.5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Today, I will talk about composite materials. Actually, the topic of my presentation is a little bit different from previous presentations, but it will be attractive, I am sure, for you. Quality considerations and standard norms in the production and application of wood composite decks. I work on wood and wood-based composite. You know, wood is a sustainable material. So I am sure in Malaysia also in the homes people prefer the natural materials like wood. What is the wood plastic composite? This is a new generation composite material. It consists of natural fibers and thermoplastic or thermoset polymers. So the term wood plastic composite refers to any composite that contains natural fibers and thermoset or thermoplastic as matrix. So we produce these final products. We say wood composite deck or just wood composite. It can be solid or hollow or different profiles like this. So this is the final product. But firstly, we use virgin or recycled plastics, bottles, or any recycled plastic or virgin also, but we prefer recycled. Also, we use recycled wood, sawdust. So we obtain these pellets, small granules. After we melt these granules in the machine, we can produce these different shapes composite. So we also add some additives such as lubricants, antioxidants, or biocides, coupling agents, so on. Wood is, the most used reinforcing filler in the polymer composite industry because of its low cost and green material. So I am sure in many countries, even in Malaysia, many construction companies use these wood decks, wood composite decks as flooring. So we use wood fiber or wood flower. However, the problem, wood surface and polymer surface are not compatible each other. So there is a problem between the surface of wood and polymer. So we should modify the surface of the wood flower, adding such as these coupling agents to improve interfacial bonding between two different surfaces. Wood and polymer surface should be improved by adding some special chemicals. So different techniques: extrusion, injection molding, and hot press moldings using these pellets from virgin or recycled polymer and wood. So we can add 30 to 70% wood or fiber, wood flower or wood fibers into the composition. So some of the different applications of wood composites made from the thermoplastics and wood or natural fiber. Another example of our final product, injection molding technique. These products are produced using the injection molding. These materials are produced using extrusion, like this method, extrusion. So, unfortunately, wood is a natural material, as you know. It is not man-made fibers. For this reason, wood has some problems. For example, wood has hydroxyl groups. Hydroxyl groups in natural fibers can react with water molecules, which cause the linear expansion and contraction and thickness swelling of the composite. This is a negative property for the wood composite. So we dry the wood or natural fibers in the oven. Their moisture content should be less than 1% based on the oven dry rate of wood fiber before processing. Otherwise, this moisture content will make some negative effects such as microwave gaps and micro bubbles, such as in this figure. For example, this composite absorbs water. This is a wood plastic composite. This is a plastic, red, green, brown color, wood fibers. So the moisture, you can see, make swelling in the between the wood fiber and polymers area. So it results in some cracks because of the stress of the moisture in the composite. So we should dry before processing. Also, another problem is, natural fibers are natural. So therefore, then they can be degraded by fungi under suitable conditions, such as enough oxygen, temperature, and moisture content. So we add some additives such as zinc borax, or boric acid, which are the most commonly used biocides all over the world. Turkey, one of the lucky countries in terms of borax, because 70% of total boron compound all over the world in Turkey underground. So thermal stability of natural fibers also another important property, because the natural fibers can be thermally degraded above the 200 degrees. For this reason, we should be careful on the temperature during the processing of wood and polymer. Some of the plastics, polyethylene, polypropylene, or PVC, can melt less than 200 degrees. So we can use selected plastics, but some of the plastics melting temperature higher than 200, 250 or 300, we cannot use that kind of polymer because wood will be thermally degraded.
Yeah.
So this figure shows us the bending strength of WPC can be improved by the increase of the wood flower. So when we increase the amount of the wood content, the mechanical properties, of course, will increase, but thickness swelling also increase. So the addition of wood into the polymer matrix is advantage to improve mechanical properties. So wood should not be decayed by fungi, moisture content should be 1%, extractive content should be low. Usually moderate density is suitable. Coniferous tree species are preferred because of the higher lignin content. Wood should be without bark and particle size also should be appropriate. So we can use wood fibers, long and thin structures. Also we can use wood flower in the production of the biocomposite. So supervision of physical and mechanical properties of WPC, bending properties, immersion in boiling water, slip resistance, bending performance under long-term loading, performance under cycling climate stress, performance under falling ball test, linear thermal expansion coefficient, weathering resistance, immersion in cold water, and dimensional accuracy. So these properties very important before using of composites. So main factors influencing the physical and mechanical properties of natural fiber composites, of course, natural fiber type, natural fiber length, orientation in the composite and weight percentage, choice of polymer matrix, polymer and natural fiber compatibility, fiber dispersion in polymer matrix, fiber orientation in polymer matrix, and processing conditions, as well as presence of porosity and microwave caused by the moisture. So we apply some methods for improving mechanical properties of biocomposites. For example, surface modification to the natural fiber surface. We don't like hemicellulose if you would like to use wood in the polymer matrix. So hemicellulose makes problem. So we apply some chemical treatments. For example, we add some specific chemicals. For example, acetic anhydride or sealants. So we also apply thermal treatment when we expose or when the wood is exposed to the around 200 degrees, its thermal degradation makes durable wood against the water absorption, because we remove hemicellulose and lignin, because hemicellulose are responsible from the water uptake. When we remove the hemicellulose, dimensional stability of wood will be excellent. We say thermal wood, especially it's used for the window frames or swimming pool decks are made from wood, thermally treated wood. So also compatibilization, addition of nanoparticles, hybridization of natural fiber, blending of polymers, also different modification techniques to improve properties of the wood plastic composite. For example, polymer surface, polypropylene, it is widely used in the consumer industry. Polypropylene, for example, water bottles made from polypropylene or polyethylene. So this is the natural fibers, hydroxyl groups, you can see. When we add some special additives it will be a chemical bond between natural fibers and polymer matrix. So red color polymer, brown color natural fiber. When we add maleic anhydride coupling agent, so this chemical bond, covalent bond, improve the mechanical properties of this final product. Otherwise, if we don't add any special additive, the wood surface and polymer surface is very weak. It will be separated easily when you apply load. So when we add the silan or maleic anhydride polypropylene additive, it's compared to untreated composite, you can see a flexural stress positively affected by the additive. So there is also a standard, European standard, Euro norm. This standard classify wood plastic composites according to their specifications from part 1 to part 8. Especially part 4 is important for us because the decking profiles and tiles are commonly used in the market. Specifications for decking profiles or cladding or fencing. Each standard specify the final product. So in Turkey, we are the European umbrella. We use European standards instead of American standard or another local standard. We, of course, we have Turkish standard, but we say Turkish standard, European norm. This is the, for example, if you are in United Kingdom, they say British standard. If you are in Germany, DIN. If you are in Turkey, TSEN standard. So conclusions, wood plastic composite decking has a major advantage in material performance, processing, and user acceptance. So this wood plastic composite decks rapidly increased in last decade because of its excellent properties as compared to solid woods, because these composites very durable to biocides, fungi or insects, also dimensional stability perfect as compared to wood. The wood plastic composite deck producers test their products according to a European norm. So the result should meet the requirement number 4 of this standard. So also we should modify our natural fibers to improve physical and mechanical properties of the biocomposite. You don't have to modify, but if you modify your natural fiber, not polymer, the performance of the final product will increase. Thank you so much. If there is any question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Nadir. Any question? Dr. Tijani, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, doctor. I went to pick my daughter. sorry. I'm sorry, extremely sorry.
Yeah, a question for Prof. Nadir. What is the market of WPC? What is the size of the market of WPC in the world compared to the solid wooden decks?
Yes, around 10% of
10%.
Around 10, yes,
worldwide.
10%.
Worldwide.
Yes, worldwide. That's right. Also, this ratio getting increasing because of the long service life. For example, solid wood, 10 years, normal 10 years, but this material 25 years without any maintenance. So you should protect your solid wood by varnish or some lacquers to the surface. But this composite, it is not necessary anything. For this reason, we benefit from the advantage of polymer. It's very durable to water and it's not degraded by the fungi or insects. Also, we benefit from advantage of wood, sustainable and very cheap.
So you're saying it's cheaper than the wooden?
No.
Than the solid wood? Is it cheaper than the solid wood?
No, more expensive than solid wood. Cheaper than plastic. Plastic, 1 ton, $1,000. Plastic, 1 ton, $1,000. But this material price $500. So it is more expensive than wood, but it is more cheaper than plastic. So this material, hybrid.
I see.
Composite.
Okay.
I want to, Dr. Safi, I would like to ask you one question.
Go on.
Or I want to recommend you one thing. Please, anymore after today, you check the outside. You will see wood plastic composite somewhere, restaurants or someplace as flooring or decking, siding or house.
Yeah. All right. But you're saying about 10% from the world market, right?
That's right.
And you're saying that it is now increasing. The popularity is increasing, even though it is more or slightly more expensive than the wooden base.
That's right.
But what it needs basically for the market size to get bigger than 10%. Maybe it should be achieving like 50-50 compared with the solid wood, you know, 50% 50% for WPC and 50% solid wood. But do you see that increasing to that point, to that percentage of market size?
Yes,
the usage? Yeah,
I am sure.
Okay.
I am sure. Actually, Dr. Safi, normally plastic industry use filler. This filler, talc, or we say calcite, or some inorganic fillers, they already use as a filler into the polymer plastic. But recently, they discovered wood. Wood is sustainable and green material. It is not harmful. So for this reason, they don't want to use inorganic fillers in the polymer. They want to use recycled wood.
Okay.
So
all right.
I am so happy to be here. Salaam alaikum.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nadir. Thank you very much. Okay, we have roughly another half an hour, and we are left with probably two speakers, Dr. Tijani Ahmad and Dr. Hamid. Dr. Hamid. Okay, so who would like to go next? Dr. Tijani, you like to go next?
Well, if you give me permission, no problem.
You can take over now, please.
My slide now.
Yes, I can see your slide now.
Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is the one. Is it appearing?
Yeah, I see abstract.
Yes.
Abstract.
Yeah.
But why is not appearing in front of me? Here, this one. This is the one, right?
I see abstract on my screen. You are showing the slide number 2. Can you click the slide number 1? You click slide number 1.
Okay.
I don't see your cursor moving.
Yeah, I'm trying to share it. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me call the technician. Doctor, please give me a few minutes. I think.
Okay, if that is the case, then I will let Dr. Hamid to start first.
I'm trying to
then you
share
can
it.
start after him. Okay, Dr. Hamid, are you there?
No problem. I will be just trying again.
Okay. Dr. Hamid also gone.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Hamid. Can you
yes,
start now?
Yes.
Dr. Tijani seems to
yes, I can hear you. So please ask him to stop his sharing.
Yes. Dr. Tijani, please stop sharing your presentation.
Okay.
We need to allow Dr. Hamid to start his.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
Can you see my abstract? No.
Yes, I can.
I can see your.
Is it coming now, Prof?
Yeah, I can see the abstract, but can you click slide number 1?
Okay, inshallah. Okay.
Can you move the slide to slide number 1 there on your left-hand side?
This is number 1. Can you see it? Number 1. Yeah, this is number 1.
No, I still see abstract.
Yeah, this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see? I'm extremely sorry for inconvenience. So sorry for inconvenience.
Okay,
so
all right.
Prof, for
you can start now.
Sorry, extremely sorry for inconvenience. This is technical error. I'm sorry. May Almighty Allah bless your patience, inshallah. May Allah bless you all. I apologize. My apology to each and everyone in this hall. May Allah bless your sabr, inshallah. And for a second apology is that for the inconvenience, I went to pick my daughter from school. So because this person, the graph was having another technical error, so I have to rush and I'm sorry. So Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Amsayna wa musal mulku lillah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah wa ilayhi al-masir. Distinguished professors, my dear doctors, my fellow colleagues, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatuhu wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Very good evening to each and everyone in this hall. I first of all would like to thank you for giving me this golden opportunity to present these humble small people, inshallah. I even feel shy to present my paper before great scholars before me here. So I really feel very, very, very shy. But may Allah, inshallah, help us, inshallah, to achieve our aims and objective, inshallah. So first of all, my dear colleagues, inshallah, professors, doctors, my topic is about Islam and secularism. So the issue of this, the reason we choose this topic is that I really want to investigate whether this is the secularism, particularly as an ideology, is it compatible with the teaching of Islam or is not compatible with the teaching of Islam? That is the first objective. And the second objective is to investigate or to explore the true meaning of this ideology of secularism by great previous scholars. How do they explore it? How do they view it? So I went to literature review and I read about many scholars. What do they say about secularism? Then, therefore, the methodology that I apply for this particular presentation, it has something to do with comparative method and pure library research, plus textual methodology, textual approach. Yeah. So therefore, inshallah, bi'idhnillah, so we want to see from the abstract, as we all know, that the religion of Islam, when we are looking for the religion of peace, no doubt about that Islam is the religion of peace and submission to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it is a comprehensive way of life. It deals with all mankind or the affair of mankind from cradle to death. It integrates between worldly affair and hereafter. It integrates between politics and religion. It integrates between economy and religion. It integrates between education and religion. Whereas secularism as an ideology is calling for complete separation between religion and worldly affair, between religion and education, complete segregation between religion and economy, complete separation between religion and education. So therefore, we need to investigate this compatibility or incompatibility between two things, Islam and this secularism. So the main problem that is located in this particular paper is that if we see our globe today, generally speaking, it is no longer the right place to dwell or to stay peacefully and healthily. The reason behind it, it is simply because the world is polluted with this ideology of secularism. It penetrated into all aspects of life to extend that even it is unfortunate to say that the Ummah, they are unable to cope with what you call this threat of what you call secularism to extend. It is threatening the all aspect of their life. Economically, you can see nowadays the concept of riba is moving smoothly, is moving faster, even in the Muslim world. In education, you can see even some Muslim nations, they are calling for complete separation between education and Islam or religion. So if that's so, that is the main problem that we need to take attention. We need to pay attention. The academician need to pay enough attention to this particular threat of secularism. So therefore, who are those, what you call scholars that I focus on in this particular presentation? Only 2 scholars. Even though I have many more scholars, but I just, for the sake of presentation, I choose Prof. Nakib al-Attas. I believe each and every one of us in this hall, we know who Nakib al-Attas is. He's a gigantic Muslim scholar. He's energetic Muslim thinker. He is a very, very, very energetic, what you call Muslim philosopher. He's a Malaysian. We are proud of him, actually. We are proud of him. He wrote a big book by the name of Islam and Secularism. So therefore, in the view of the Nakib al-Attas, he said that this secularism actually, it has 3 components, which is jeopardizing the life of people nowadays. What are the components that secularism is dealing with nowadays? Number 1, according to Nakib al-Attas, secularism is calling for disenchantment of nature. Number 2, secularism is calling for desacralization of politics. Number 3, secularism is calling for deconsecration of value. What do we mean by all these components? Number 1, when secularism is saying that this disenchantment of nature, it's telling us, according to Nakib al-Attas, it's telling us that we should free our nature from any religion. Nature should not have any relation with religion. As such, secularism is giving power to man to control the nature. Remember, in Islamic worldview, nature is given to us so that we can be nice to nature. We can take a good care of nature. Nature is subservient for us. Allah created the nature for our benefit. But secularism is telling us we can manipulate the nature, we can destroy the nature. If the nature is standing before us as a threat, we need to finish it. And secularism is giving excuse behind that, how we can destroy the nature for the sake of scientific achievement. If you really want to have scientific achievement, don't care about the nature. You can destroy it anytime. Is that an ethical worldview? Therefore, this secularism is not ethical worldview, is not theistic worldview, is not religious worldview. Number 2, what the Prof. Attas is saying about the sacralization of politics, that what the secularism is calling for, it means what? Any nation who want to have a good political affair, you should not incorporate the importance of religion into your politics. You need to separate politics from religion. As such, you don't have to have theocratic system. What do we mean by theocratic system? The nation that is ruled by law of God. You don't have to have Sharia, for instance. No need for Sharia. Why you need Sharia? Sharia will be an obstacle for you to achieve your aim and objective, according to secularism. That is why it's calling for desacralization of politics. Separate it. Don't make any sacred to politics. Separate religion from politics. Number 3, without any further ado, secularism is calling for, according to Nakib al-Attas, is calling for deconsecration of value. What does it mean is that secularism is looking at human values that they are not absolute, i.e., trustworthiness, according to secularism, is not absolute value. Sabr is not an absolute value, according to secularism. Okay? It means what? All values on earth, according to secularism, according to this component, all values are changeable. If anything stands before you, let's say you want to achieve something, but if it is only with the means of telling lie, okay, secularism is telling you to go forward. Don't worry. You have to apply the concept of the end justify the means, because you want to be a millionaire. If it is because to be a millionaire you have to tell lie, secularism is telling you lie is halal, is not haram. Is that an ethical worldview? This is the problem of secularism. So all values are relativization. As such, no permanent value on earth. As such, you have human being also have freedom to change his attitude and personality. If you don't like your gender, for instance, this is what I mean by deconsecration of value by secularism. If you don't like your gender, you still can change it. Let's say you are male. And if you don't like that gender, you can change it to be female. That is what he's trying to tell us by deconsecration of value. Change your nature, no problem. Change your gender, no problem. It is halal. It is halal. Na'uzu billahi min dhalik. Na'uzu billahi min dhalik. So therefore, let's see. The main point now that we are going to tackle, having this component that's shared by inequitable attacks, what the view? Is it the view of this secularism compatible with Islam or incompatible with teaching of Islam? Number one, secularism, if it is calling that concentration on worldly affair is matter to this ideology, it means to secularism the concentration to worldly affair, it is only source of happiness for human being. If you want to be happy in your life, secularism is telling you just concentrate on the world. Don't think about al-yawm al-qiyamah. Don't think about al-akhirah. Don't think about any metaphysical thing. Just think about physical war. Think about dunya. That is the ultimate happiness. Number two, secularism is telling us that human reason is the most superior thing than anything on earth. Because through human reason, you can have authentic source of knowledge, according to secularism. It is only your akal can dictate for you a true knowledge. Is that true? That is where we are coming. Number three, secularism is saying only physical world is tangible. Other world, they not exist. It leads that metaphysical world, Yawm al-Qiyamah, al-Malaika, al-Jinn, anything metaphysical, they don't exist. They don't exist. Whereas in Islam, that is why I'm using a comparative method to deal with this issue. In Islam, we say concentration on worldly matter and hereafter. Even though we cannot see Yawm al-Qiyamah in Islam, we still need to believe in it. Even though we cannot see Allah in Islam, we still need to believe that Allah is the sole creator of everything. Allah is the sole creator of all mankind. We need to believe, but secularism say no. You just have to believe in physical world, not metaphysical world. So in Islam, having concentrate on worldly affair and hereafter, that is the only ultimate happiness for you and the only ultimate success for human being in Islam. Number two, the source of knowledge. When we want to talk about the source of knowledge in Islam, when the secularism is saying that the only source of knowledge is human reason, in Islam, Islam say no. You can combine between human reason and revelation to have good knowledge. I.e., your brain and the revelation, they can work together hand in hand to produce a very solid knowledge for you. And that is very proven by Quran, and it is proven by our early Muslim scholars. People like Jabir Hayyan, people like Khawarizmi, people like Ibn Haytham, people like Ibn Sina. They used to combine between worldly matter, they used to combine between human reason and revelation, and they come out with many knowledge in natural sciences. They excel in the field of mathematics. They excel in the field of medicine. They excel in the field of optometry. They excel in the field of surgery. How can you say, and secularism can claim that only human reason can just dictate and have a happiness and good source of knowledge for mankind? That is very false, and that is very false. I mean, that is wrong claim actually. And lastly, the existence, when we want to talk about existence in Islam, which has something to do with ontological system, in Islam, even though, I mean, the physical world and metaphysical world, they do exist. They do exist. We cannot deny the metaphysical world in Islam. In conclusion, I don't like to prolong my explanation. I believe my prof and my scholars here, they do understood what, I mean, they do understand what I'm trying to say here already. And they know much more better than what I'm saying. So in conclusion, we will say, based on above fact and based on the claim of secularism, we can come to conclusion that secularism and its all components are strong threat to Islam. As such, is not compatible at all with Islamic teaching. That is our finding. Is not compatible at all with Islamic teaching, because in Islamic teaching, Islam is comprehensive way of life. It deals with everything, all mankind affair. It integrated between material and immaterial, integrated between physical and metaphysical. How secularism can claim only metaphysical, physical war. So that is why it's not compatible with the teaching of Islam. So next is that having seen this incompatibility, having come into conclusion, by the way, not only in Islam, secularism is not compatible with. We know the early century of Christianity, and we know the early century of what you call development in Europe, which has something to do with Dark Age, which come after it, the age of Renaissance. We know what happened to church, from those who are claiming to be human, to use human reason as a main source of knowledge. There was a strong battle between what you call Christianity and what you call the human reason. And the scholars, they found, and we know the history of Galileo, he was the first victim of that particular combat and conflict between church and individual. So that is where the secularism emerged. That is the history point of secularism. That is historical point of secularism. So whereby the church and the people, they fought each other for the liberation of human brain, for giving what you call strong advocation for human brain against religion. So what I'm trying to say here is that not only religion of Islam, secularism is trying to threat, even it is a threat to Christianity. Not even only Christianity, even it is a threat to Judaism. Not only even Judaism, even it is a threat to Buddhism and Hinduism. In short, secularism is a threat to all kinds of religion, not only Islam. So therefore, based on this fact, we will say the only suggestion that we want to give for this particular, the presentation is that since we have realized the true face, the true color of secularism and the claim of secularism, now it is time for the Muslim Ummah. That is my first suggestion. It is now the right time for the Muslim Ummah particularly, and for the globe, for the whole world generally, to have what we call integrative system of knowledge, i.e. integrate between religion and human reason in the field of knowledge. And alhamdulillah, IIUM is taking a leading role in that dimension. IIUM is taking a leading role in that aspect. In fact, one of the mission of IIUM is integration of knowledge. So it is time for the Ummah, the whole Ummah, to take into consideration the most important and the importance of integration of knowledge. To integrate between human reason and revelation, integrate between religion and politics, integrate between religion and economy, so that we can know the true way of life. Otherwise, if the world, coming back again, the world also, they can imitate the Muslim world in that dimension. If the world or the Ummah reluctant to take the role, the importance of integration of knowledge into consideration, I think without any doubt, our war will go to further destruction. I think that is all from my presentation. I do have many points to share, but due to the time factor, I need to limit my presentation here today, inshallah. I thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for your listening. May Almighty Allah bless your listening, inshallah, with that. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tijani. It is very moving and very deep inside. I think your explanation is very detailed. You pay great attention to details. Actually, I was actually indulged in your presentation with respect to we are talking about secularism here. So you actually open up in very detail. I know you have a lot of other points to share, but due to time limit and so on, you cannot share that. But we have your paper. You have all the points in the papers. I think for those who have the opportunity to, research the paper, read the papers and cite the papers as well, you can take that advantage also actually to learn one or few things from the research paper by Dr. Tijani. Okay. So is there any question from the floor?
Jazakumullah khair. Shukran, Prof.
No question. Now we come to the last speaker, Dr. Hamud.
Yes, last but not least.
Yes. Dr. Hamud.
I would like to thank our wonderful host for his wonderful sharing and for his all continuous kind help, response, and interesting sharing of this conference. I will not take your time because we have heard from different voices from different fields.
Yeah.
And it is an honor that the literary voice will be the end of your conference.
Yeah.
The voice of literature, because I am a pure literature. So please ask our Ahmad to end his share so that I can share some slides.
Okay. Dr. Tijani, can you please unshare your slide?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So I will not take your time because it is the end. I will only...
No, you take your time. You take 10 minutes of your time, please.
No, I will take only... Can you see my slides?
Not yet. Soon. It's starting now.
So, as I told you, so in briefly speaking,
okay,
I am trying to build a green bridge between the Greenland of Yemen in the Arab world and the green landscape of Malaysia via the means of poetry. And two great poets, Muhammad Haji Saleh, the Malaysian poet, and Abdul Aziz Al-Makaleh. So this is my basic, the green tie that bends, meaning I am trying to, because I am, my area of interest is literature and environment. I'm a pure eco-critical student. So the main objectives is to explore the environmental link, as I told you, between the two settings, Malaysian green landscape and Yemeni landscape, through the two major poets, Muhammad Haji Saleh, the Malaysian poet, and Abdul Aziz Al-Makaleh is one of the greatest Yemeni poets whose focus and whose vision is rather green as Muhammad Haji Saleh's way of talking to the Malaysian green landscape. So this is my introduction, the details in my paper. So, but I'm just trying to brief in less than 5 minutes. Ecologies in both Malaysian and Yemeni setting are still original area of research. And I'm trying to do this analysis through the lens of eco-criticism. And to your knowledge, eco-critical studies, eco-critical theory is a new theory in literary studies. It was born in the early 70s, and now it is trying to study the relationship between literature and environment. Already, as I told you, I have chosen two poets. One is Muhammad Haji Saleh, a Malaysian poet who has wrote many poems, and the Yemeni poet Abdulaziz Al-Maqaleh. And by selecting some of their poems, I make a analysis through the green lens of eco-criticism. This is a new theory, a green theory that study the relationship between literature and environment. So the analysis carried through the lens of eco-criticism to show the environmental link that manifests clearly in their poetry. So we come to the conclusion that the two poets entwine and share aspects of environmental of Malaysian and Arabic sceneries, which are centralized in the field of eco-criticism. And by introducing this kind of ecological concerns, we can explore the environmental bond, the environmental link can be explored and celebrated while upholding the fact that it is a transnational work. So I'm trying to across the boundaries of countries, across the boundaries of cultures, using this kind of green lens, and yet it places the paper in the South Asian environmental literature. What is more important, what is more particular is the fact that the authors, me and Prof. Wan, she's the head of the department of this paper, come from the two settings they are writing about. One is from the setting of one poet, the other is from the setting of the second poet. They are thus able to express both local perspective and interpretation of the issue they studied, and broaden the scope of environmental awareness in poetry of both countries and elsewhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamud. Short, precise, and very, very sweet. Yes. Thank you very much. To me, it's something
Is
very...
there any question? Thank you so much, Dr. Shafi'i, for your help, for your wonderful sharing, and your smiling is enlightening our scope of research. So we hope one day to meet you face to face.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to meet you. Inshallah, we'll have the opportunity to meet.
Thank you so much for encouraging me to come to Langkawi. It is a very, very fascinating place.
Thank you.
My heart has been stolen. Thank you so much.
All right. Maybe next time Zain can also come and visit us in Malaysia, Zain. Yeah?
Okay, inshallah.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Hamud. I think your presentation is actually very, very unique and different, you know, coming from the perspective of poetry and analysis of poems by these two very well-known international poets, yeah. So something new to me. I used to listen to, you know, social science in the real sense, engineering and management, but very seldom I got a chance actually to listen or to read the research area or research paper in the area of poet and poems and so on, you know. So this is interesting. We come to the end of this virtual conference. Okay, everybody has presented their part, right? Anybody else who has not? In the
Thank you so much.
In the list of the presenters that I have actually Farah Shazwani. Yeah, Farah Salwani actually, but I think she is not attending this conference. and she didn't tell me why also. But it is okay, never mind. I think we are coming to the end of this conference. I would like, personally, I'm very honored. I am very honored. Deepest from my heart, I say thank you to you. My deep gratitude to all of you for taking your time to join this virtual conference. We don't see physical, but we see each other in virtually, you know, in the virtual environment. I'm happy to see you all. I'm happy to host you all. I hope all of us, me and everybody, benefit from this presentation by the, you know, eminent presenters. They are all very good presenters. You know? I thank you. I know you take a lot of time and effort to prepare the presentation, to prepare the paper, okay? And then you spend a lot of time also. We are coming towards the end of the year. I also like to take this opportunity to say, to wish you a happy new year. I hope next year it will be a new book for all of us. It will be new initiative for all of us, new hope, new promise, okay? So let's all hope for the best for each and every one of us, okay, in whatever we do. So thank you very much. Goodbye from LICM 2021 conference. I hope to see you soon. I hope to be able to hosting you again in our future conferences. It's nice to meet you all. I'm very happy. You are very happy. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Welcome. You are welcome, Doctor. You are highly welcome.
Thank you to all. Thank you to all. You are welcome. Thank you, Mr. Kevin.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm
going to end this conference. Thank you very much.
You are highly welcome, Doctor. You are highly welcome.